Well. Welcome everyone to some PBE playoff action. Hope you guys are excited as I
Baseball.
am. Yep. Got some baseball coming up, and if you guys didn't hear him already, uh we got my co-host Blowpop. Welcome to the stream.
Thanks for having me. Got some nice Toro synergy going on here
Of
today.
course, I know two Toros running the stream just because we couldn't participate. Guess we got to host it, right?
Running of the Bulls, running of the stream. It just works.
It does, yeah. I mean, might as well. We gotta run the stream until we're here in about 2 seasons, something like that.
Maybe a little more.
Yeah,
Soon.
we'll see.
Soon enough.
Yeah, soon TM. There we go. Anyway, I'm gonna give it like another minute or two to let the people who didn't show up here immediately, um, just trickle in before we go into things. If you guys are new to how this playoff stream's gonna work, we're only gonna be streaming the eliminations games. It is a best of 5 for the divisional. So, best of 5, we're going to go through. Once it's elimination game, we're going to be watching that game. So, hey, if a team goes 2-0 up and then the other team decided to go a reverse sweep, we're going to be watching all 3 of those games. If it's going to be a sweep, we're only going to watch one. And I believe, Blowpop, what did you say the minimum and maximum games we're going to be watching today is going to be?
Minimum 6 games. If all 6 series are somehow 3-2 reverse sweeps, then it's maximum of 18. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't want that to happen. No one
knock on
wants that
some
to happen.
wood, man. We got to knock on some wood.
I think my prediction, I think there's going to be about 9 or 10 games because I think there's going to be like 3 series where the first elimination game decides it. And then out of the remaining 3, I think there'll be maybe 1 reverse sweep, and then probably the other 2 are just like 2 games to watch or something.
If you had to take a stab in the dark, what would be the team you would think is going to do that reverse sweep?
Based on last year's playoffs and the year before, just the weird stuff that I've seen them go through, I would say Vancouver
out of the
would upset
park.
Outer Banks. Sorry.
Hey, Paz with the sub. And I think I just realized too, I'm deserve to be fired as a GM. I totally just realized I don't think I did my playoff predictions. Wow, first TP I've missed in my player. How upsetting. Dang.
Well, the first game hasn't started yet.
So I mean, it says that the cutoff is 5 p.m. Eastern. That's an F in the chat. Failure for me. Oh well, I probably would have scored a 0 on him anyway. So once we go through the series and whatnot, I'll basically say what my prediction's gonna be.
But like you're predicting as the games are going.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying some. I was just giving some salsa and my tongue is on fire. Sorry. Yeah, if I had to go through quick right now. No, it's good. Anyway, sorry. Basically, if I just looking at the teams right now, I'm gonna take a wild guess. I'm gonna take OBX against the Vandals. I'm gonna take oh man, I don't want them to, but the back-to-back champs, I'm gonna take the Voyagers.
Out of the park.
Oh my lord. AJ coming in here after I'm gonna, smack talk the Vandals a little bit, punish Vandals. I'm taking Rougarous over the Sarasota Supernovas, and of course, gotta ride the Apex train. I'm gonna take Apex for this round. And then, yeah, we'll see how much I get right or wrong in this. We'll see. But
I think I'm almost agreeing with you. I'm going to take Detroit over Indy. I think that's a coin flip. And then San Antonio's been really hot in the last like 2 sim days. So I don't know if OOTP has like momentum calculated, but in the real world, their locker room would be buzzing. So I'm maybe leaning towards San Antonio.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I had to have that coin flip side, it's got to be the Oh, let me turn that audio down. That was loud for the alerts. Anyway, yeah, I would have to say the Sloths and Voyagers are obviously not including the Demons Apex because their whole division is a coin flip. Yeah, the series I would say to watch is going to be that one plus the Voyagers and Sloths ones, like you were saying. It's gonna be a good watch. So, oh my goodness, we out here Moose Cop with the Prime sub, 11 months. We got the Hype Train level 3 up here. Jeez Louise, we just starting this strong, aren't we?
11's a good number. I like that number.
And I mean, it's all right number. 13's more preferable for me.
It's my number.
I know. I still get messages from Soride telling me that you stole his number. So,
oh, did I?
That was his number when he was here in Cancun. Anyway,
it's not stealing if he just leaves it in the clubhouse for me, is it?
Yeah, I mean, true, but he still says that's his number, regardless of the fact he's on the team or not. So yeah, should we start going through some of these games? I'll take, I guess, day 1 box scores. You can take day 2, and then we'll just vice versa, flip flop.
Sure. Do we want to look at the minor league matchups first?
Yeah, let's looking at the minors. We have Brew City Bears at California Firehawks against the Kingston Mounties, and then there's the Kingston Mounties against Louisville Lemurs. If I had to go through this, I have no bias, anything oh man, I like all of these brandings. The unfortunate but also exciting news of this is the last playoffs of the Kingston Mounties before they switch over to their, what is it? They had to change it. Yeah, they had to change it to, instead of the Miami Beach Flamingos, they're going to be the Florida Flamingos. It's gonna be interesting. Did not know they had
to change that.
Oh yeah, I believe I saw it on one of the servers that I guess MLB owns the rights to the Miami Beach Flamingos. So yeah, so they had to change
Flamingos
slightly.
Has alliteration anyways, so it's better.
Of course, you got to go that way. So let's go. Yeah, let's go through the minors first. If I had to choose between this series, I'm gonna choose. Oh my god, I want to choose Brew City because Hoppy is there. My boy Jabs is there, but I gotta I'm gonna go for California because it's a farewell tour for the 2 GMs there in Matty Ice and Shu. Happy birthday, Shu! To anyone who wants to know, tell him happy birthday. Every day is birthday. And then when I go for Kingston and Louisville, I'm going for Louisville because Davey is my dad.
I think I agree with the picks. I don't think Davey is my dad, but maybe I learned something new today. We'll see.
Hey, man. So anyway, let's get into this. Let's do it real quick. It's going to be game 1. I'm going to go through the Brew City Bears against California Firehawks first. So after one game, we see the high scoring. California Firehawks are going to take this one 11-6 first time around. I'm just going to go through the quick box score with this. Looking at it, there was a lot of scoring early. Well, in the first half of the game, the second half was more or less the pitchers' duel. As you see, let's go down to the pitching. We have a 3-for-4 day by Wolf, getting 2 RBIs for Brew City. He tried his darndest to keep them in this game, but it wasn't enough. There was a 10 hits to 18 looking at the 2 teams. When we look over to California, you had a 4-for-5 day for Barker with 2 RBIs as well as them, as well as 3 RBIs coming from Stern, the second baseman. These guys are going to start off strong. It's going to be a very interesting playoff series if they continue just like this. Going down to the pitching, we had Hunter Havoc. I'm sorry, Hoppy. He got awarded the loss after allowing 7 earned runs in 2 innings pitched. Ouch. And then you see California, the win does go to Branson. That is not the starter, but they did go the same amount of innings, 3 2/3. They allowed no earned runs in that outing. And yeah, got the win. The save goes to McThornbody. The player of the game, is James Barker. And we move on. Kingston Mounties at Louisville Lemurs. We're going to see who wins game 1 of this. And it's going to go to the Kingston Mounties. Very short, or low scoring game. I shouldn't say short scoring, but very low scoring. The only runs going into this game are going to be in the top of the 6th. And that's all that Kingston needed to win. Go down to hitting. We had Dupp going 2-for-4 on the day, as well as 2 RBIs coming from, I cannot pronounce that name. I'm going to read their first name, Babe. Getting the 2 RBIs and the only runs of the game. So good for them. That, in my eyes, would be the player of the game unless we see an amazing outing from their pitching staff. When you look over to Louisville, you had 2-for-4 day by Sassafras III, which is going to be your best batter on the team for this game. Down to the pitching, we have Kagamine going 7 full innings for Kingston and allowing no earned runs, as well as getting the W. Louisville, we had Velasquez getting the start, 6 2/3 full innings, allowing only 2 earned runs, but getting the loss on the season. And of course, yeah, makes sense. Kagamine is going to get awarded player of the game, as Kingston's going to go up 1-0 on this series. Moving right on along to major side of things. Vancouver Vandals at Outer Banks Aviators. Let's see who wins game 1 of this. And that's going to be Outer Banks in a very, very close one. It comes down to the wire as a walk-off coming from Tex Walker. Walk-off solo home run. That would have been an interesting game to watch. So
Tex walk-off.
Yeah, right? Tex walk-off home run. So if you go down to the hitting, we have a 2-for-5 day with 3 RBIs coming from Willie Colon, as well as 3 RBIs coming from Sam Andrews on 1 hit. When you look at Outer Banks, we have a 3-for-5 day and 2 RBIs coming from Hunter Geist, as well as 3 other players getting 2 hits on the day, as well as a few other people getting 2 RBIs. So Outer Banks was clicking. It came really close down to the wire. So
every single batter on Vancouver scored a run.
Oh, wow. Yeah, everyone did. That's insane. I didn't even realize that. And then you say that as well as everyone on Outer Banks got at least 1 hit. So I guess hand in hand, there you go. Going down to the pitching, Johnson got the start for Vancouver, going 5 2/3, allowing 7 earned runs. But the blown save goes to Tosin, and the loss goes to Troy Pressing. Unfortunate. Ripsford got the start for Outer Banks, 5 2/3 innings pitched, 5 earned runs. Got a no decision, though, as McDonald gets awarded the win after allowing no earned runs in their 1 out of pitching, getting a strikeout on that. Your player of the game has got to be Tex Walker. I mean, they hit the walk-off. It's got to be given to him. As Outer Banks is going to lead that series 1-0 after 1. Next up, I'm going to go straight across to the Voyagers at the Sloss. This is going to be the interesting one we wanted to see, and the Sloss take this one. I got to say, I can't really say I was, I can't say I am surprised by that. San Antonio is the home team, so you got to give them that type of advantage. I wouldn't say it's a huge upset, but I mean, it might be for some people. Looking down to hitting side of things for New York. 2-for-3 day for Kirk Swerve, as well as the top of the lineup, all basically getting 1 hit, while no one else really did anything, unfortunately. San Antonio, you have Acuna Matata going 2-for-4 on the day, and Christy Abbott going 2-for-4 with 4 RBIs. Wow. Good outing for Christy Abbott. Going right down to pitching, we had Savard getting the start, but a no decision after going 5 full innings, allowing 5 earned runs. The blown save and loss goes to Whole Horse. San Antonio starter Windsor goes 4 full innings, allowing 5 earned runs, gets a no decision, while the win goes to Ryan Rose and the save to Esteban Rodriguez Jr. Your player of the game is Christy Abbott. Now, the series I'm excited to watch, I'm gonna go actually I'll go to that one last. Sarasota Supernovas at the New Orleans Rougarous, game 1. Let's see who this goes to. The favored's gotta be New Orleans, but Sarasota, you never know. You could pull it out. You can pull it out and get this win. And after 1, they do not. New Orleans wins this one 4-2 as they scored 2 in the bottom of the 8th, and that's basically gave them the win. And oh, my bad, Babs. I forgot to put the at everyone on the ping. My fault. Anyway, going to the hitting side of things, we got Sarasota, J Doctor going 2-for-4 with 2 RBIs on the day, as well as New Orleans. We have Gustav Beauregard after having an insane season, as everyone talks about his 9 WAR. He goes 3-for-4 on the day, but no RBIs. He did score twice himself, and yeah, it's about the best batter on the team. Let's see. We have Garcia getting the start for Sarasota, going 6 1/3, allowing 2 earned runs, and the loss going to Tristan Leong. New Orleans, Villagetti got the start, 7 full innings, 2 earned runs, got a no decision, while James Pleasance gets the W after 2 full innings, allowing no earned runs. Villagetti is your player of the game. And like I said, Detroit Demons, Apex, the series I am excited for. And let's see who takes game 1. It is going to be Apex in a close one. 2-3. Apex takes a 1-0 lead. I'm pretty sure Indy is happy about this. Everyone's excited about their casino breaking, but see how far they can take that. As Detroit's hitting side of things, we have a 2-for-5 game by Ben Stacking Paper, 2-for-4 by Stretch Armstrong, and a 2-for-4 by Danny B, as well as RBI coming from Stretch Armstrong. For Indianapolis, we had a 2-for-3 day for Johnny Tsunami, as well as a couple hits or single hits by a few other players on the team. Down to the pitching side of things, Molly Mitchell had 5 2/3 innings pitch, allowing 2 earned runs, getting a no decision as the loss goes to Galvin after allowing 1 run in 2 innings of work. Indianapolis had Doug Dangley getting the start, 6 full innings, allowing only 1 earned run, but gets a no decision, while the win and blown save goes to Takadon, allowing only 1 earned run in 3 innings of work. Your player of the game is Doug Dangley. And that'll do it for day number 1. So far, I mean, can't really say much as it's only game 1. So let's move on to the second day. I'll go back down to the minors. And I don't know.
Bit of time for GMs to maybe submit something.
Oh yeah, if they want to, any GMs want to submit anything, just make sure to tag the streamer or simmer role. I don't remember what it is in the playoffs, but tag us if you're making any changes so we can actually get the notification, because otherwise I'm not gonna check, or if I'm going to forget to check.
I guess we could just save in the meantime.
Sure. To be safe, I have had lost memory happen to me before, so I guess that makes sense. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I do have a message. Okay, no changes. I don't think there's going to be any changes unless it's like elimination game, but I will give a couple more.
Probably not after 1.
Yeah, I'll give a couple seconds just to make sure. But I do think we're going to be good to go. I don't know how you want me to go about it. Do you just want me to quick play both or do 1 by 1 just like I was?
We can do 1 by 1, and since you took first day box scores, I can take second day.
Yeah, that works. All right, well,
pretty crazy how all 6 series started with 1-0 so far.
I know, right? How is that happening? Anyway, let's get into it. I don't think there's going to be any changes. I see the Vandals did put something. No changes. Okay, yeah, let's just go right into it. Let's start it off. Game 2 of Brew City and California. Take it away.
Looks like the Brew City Bears are going to even things out with a 4-2 victory, bringing the series to 1-1. Got 2 hits for the first 4 batters in the Brew City lineup, with Olsen, Wolf, Sosa, and McGruff all getting on base at least twice. 3 walks thrown in there for them as well. Barker over on California side is going to go 3 for 4, but not enough to topple the Brew City Bears. Namie McNamerson is going to start things off for the Bears, going 4.1 innings, 1 earned run. And Josh Maxson is going to take the loss for California, going 6 innings, 4 earned runs. Almost a quality start, but not quality enough. Booze Gooser is going to take the win. Jet's going to get the hold, and Economides is going to get the save. Scruff McGruff will be our player of the game.
Even the series out. That's what we like to see.
Fewer sim games.
Yeah, right.
Up next, we have Kingston Mounties and Louisville Lemurs, and Kingston is going to extend their lead with a 1-0 minimum score baseball game. Not a whole lot of hitting, only 1 multi-hit performance, it looks like, and that'll be from future Toro Andy Myth on Louisville's side, going 2 for 4.
We do have our first elimination game coming up, too, so.
Very exciting. Todoroki's going to start things off. 7 innings pitched, 0 earned runs for Kingston, and Walrus will get the save, completing the team-wide shutout. Chinapi will go 7 innings, 1 earned run, and that is a great start, but not quite enough. Shoto Todoroki's going to be our player of the game. 7 innings pitched, 0 earned runs. Moving on over to the major leagues. Take a look at Vancouver and Outer Banks. Outer Banks extends their lead 2-0 with a 16-2 slapping. 7 runs coming in the bottom of the third, 4 more in the next 2 innings apiece.
I just have to say, no, don't mean to cut you off, but when everyone says punish Vandals, I mean, Outer Banks, you don't got to do them like this.
That seems like the Plains took our words to heart. We have at least 3 hits coming from Dub City and Drakkenberg and Geist and Riverboat. Smattering of other multi-hit games thrown in there as well. Everybody scoring at least once except for Tyler Swift. Over on Vancouver side, we don't have any multi-hit performances, but we do have Willie Colon getting on base twice, as well as Geronimo Scheidermay with 2 walks apiece. Moving on down to the pitchers. Looks like Funk is going to take the win. 6.2 innings pitched, 1 earned run, 1 unearned run, and Sky will complete the game. No save opportunity there. A little bit disparity for that. Digger Jr. is going to take the loss. 2 innings pitched, 5 earned runs, 1 unearned. And it looks like 3 earned runs, 5 unearned, and 4 earned runs, 1 unearned are going to follow with the next 2 pitchers in Takahashi and Rogers. Arno Drakkenberg is going to be our player of the game. Up next, we'll take a look at New York and San Antonio, and they even up the series with a 6-3 win for the Voyagers. 2 runs coming in the top of the 9th just to give themselves a little bit more wiggle room. Batter extraordinaire Tom Hsu is going to go 2 for 3 with 1 run and a walk on the day. 2 for 4 day from Kevin Hunter as well with 2 runs, 1 RBI, and 2 for 3 from Kirk Swerve. 2 runs thrown in the mix as well. On San Antonio's side of things, we only have 3 multi-hit performances, but they're all solid. San Antonio going 2 for 3 with 2 runs, 1 RBI, and 1 walk. Christy Abbott continuing the hot streak, 3 for 4, batting over 600 in these 2 games so far. And Revin Knox going 2 for 4.
And just to point out, Weedham Boys did have 5 RBIs on the day.
I did not see that. Thank you. Kevin Choate is going to pick up the win, going 7 innings, 1 earned run, 2 unearned, but apparently it wasn't too much for him to handle. Cantaloupe Crocodile is going to get the hold, 1 inning of shutout ball, and Cletus McFlorida Man will get the save to close it out, 1 inning shutout ball. Rayner will pick up the loss, 6.1 innings, 2 earned runs, quality start, not quality enough, and W.E. Dem Boys with those 5 RBIs is going to be our player of the game. Looks like Sarasota is going to even up this series as well. 8-6, medium-high scoring affair. The leading runs both coming in the top of the 9th for the bats of the Sarasota Supernovas. Looks like Jay Doctor is going to go 3 for 5, 1 run, 2 RBIs, and then a 2 for 3 performance by Dominic as well with 2 runs and 1 RBI. Lots of single-hit performances for the rest of Sarasota thrown in there. On New Orleans side of things, Gustav Beauregard is going to go 2 for 5, 1 run, and Vidal Valor will go 3 for 5, 2 runs, as well as Richie Bonanza getting a 3 RBI hit in there somewhere. Scrolling on down to the pitchers, Torkelton's going to start things off, no decision, 5.2 innings, 1 earned run. It doesn't look like the decision's going to come until the very end, where Dirk Diglett gets the win and the blown save, screwing over the rest of his teammates. But he's padding his own stats, so it's fine. On New Orleans side of things, it looks like Jose 43 is going to pick up the loss at the end of the game, going 1.2 innings, allowing those 2 earned runs in the top of the 9th. And despite the no decision, Pork Torkelton's 5.2 innings, 1 earned run is going to earn him player of the game. Our last game for the day, Detroit Demons and Apex. Apex extend their lead to 2-0, 6-4 on the day. Looks like Detroit has multi-hit performances coming out of the 2, 3, and 4 hole in the lineup. Herrera, Poe, and Dinkel each getting on base twice, with 1 run for Herrera and Dinkel and 3 RBIs for Poe. On Indy side of things, however, we have a 2 for 4 day from Ben Dover with 1 run and 1 RBI, 2 for 4 from Jimbo Slice with 1 run and 1 RBI, and 2 for 4 from Jody Quinn with 1 run and 2 RBIs to break up the monotony. Scrolling on down to the pitchers, Richie Vaughn's going to start things off for Detroit, going 3.2 innings, 6 earned runs early in the game, and then Palmer and Galvin are not able to right the ship. For Indy, Trowan No Hands is going to start 6 innings, 2 earned runs, quality start, quality win, and Bolanos will pick up the save, 3.0 innings, 2 earned runs. Trowan No Hands in that quality start will be our player of the game. So that'll do it for the quick sims for day number 2.
Oh, man, we got 3 games already.
Just a couple of them. I don't think that's too surprising. We also have to make sure to turn off
BNN.
the BNN. Thank you for the reminder, Enoch.
Yeah, I believe this is a off day. I don't see anything happening, so don't kill me, people. Let's move right along.
We do have at least one change confirmed right now for the Vandals as well.
The Vandals want to check stamina, but I'm pretty sure after having a day off, we can still check. Oops.
Then we also do have a Supernova's request.
Oh, yeah. There you go, AJ. There is your guys' stamina. They running a 2-pitcher? Sub. Very interesting to see. As AJ, let me know what you want changed or what is there needed.
In the meantime, we can go over to Sarasota. Junie has
oh, they already have it ready. Okay.
Looks like a role changing request.
Sarasota is Austin Bentley. Austin Bentley to set up. And do you want anything set, Junie? You want to keep him at 8 and later, long relief, or... And then Dirk, remove the closer role.
Remove closer, yeah.
Leave him as long relief. Okay. And then do you want to keep the setup as 8th or later? Yep. Okay. Cool. Then go back to the Vandals before we do anything.
AJ said no change.
No changes for game 3. Okay. Gee. Okay. And Mounties. Yes, Mounties would like to see their stamina. There you go, Musha. Let me know if you want me to change anything.
Musha, I like the bow on your dog avatar in Discord. It's very cute.
No changes. Okay. Bears have put a message. We aren't in an elimination yet, but stamina.
Jesus. Phillies fan just killed Hummus in chat.
Oh, goodness. Benchley? Oof. All right, Jabs, let me know if you want me to change anything. His percentage. 58%. Slightly tired for Mr. Hunter Havoc. Musha said that is their dog.
Oh.
Okay, I'm assuming no changes then, Jabs? We good on that? Okay. Check. Rugu said something. Okay. And then Supernovas, nothing. Believe that's good. We good? We good? How? Oh god,
Unless
off top
someone says something in the next few seconds, I think we're about ready to turn off the scoreboard and start watching some elimination games.
I'm trying to remember for the BNN. Can you turn that off in this, or do you have to like go into the lineup screen? I can't remember off the top of my head. Let me ask Enoch just to double check. I don't want to screw anything up because I know I've messed something up before. Hummus says lineup screen. Okay. So what should we go through first? I don't know what game, because we have 3 games to do here. I don't know which one you want to take, because if we switch off each game. I mean, I'll start off with the minors just because we'll do the minors first.
Sure.
It's going to be Kingston on their 2-0 against Louisville. Go into that managed game. Let's see if anyone wants to get a prediction running. Where is the BNN? I know it's somewhere here. Simulate World. No BNN. There you go. Double checking. You guys can see it here. I'm not screwing up anything. Don't punish me, please. So before we get going, we have wonderful information by the stats team, Mr. Rankle or Rankle. Let's see what they have for Louisville and Kingston. If I can find it right here. Okay. Try to summarize it up. He did give us a wonderful stat line, or wonderful information line, I should just say in general. As for history's sake, Lemurs has made the postseason for the first time last year, and they got eliminated by the Swifties in Game 5. Kingston's playoff appearance here breaks a 3-season drought. The last time they made it was in Season 22. They got eliminated first round by the Kingpins in 4 games. And this season, the Lemurs seem to have the Mounties numbered during regular season. They have an 8-4 record against them over the season, although they have never swept the Mounties. That's a poor choice of words, man. You might have just spoke them into jinxing. Despite their good record against the Mounties, they never managed to sweep them this season. As a team, the Mounties have a slash line of .243, 302, and 333 with 9 home runs against the Lemurs, and the Lemurs have a slash line of 271, 336, and 414 with 15 home runs against the Mounties. Your standout players versus Louisville is Anita Fartinghouse with a slash line of 347, 375, 653, 4 home runs, and 15 RBIs. Dup with a 327, 364, 385 slash line of 0 home runs, 4 RBIs. Kagamine with a 1.35 ERA, 13 strikeouts, and a .8 whip. And then the standout players versus Kingston is going to be Gump with a 347, 389, 571 slash line of 2 home runs and 8 RBIs. O'Sullivan with a 313, 364, 688, 5 home runs, 15 RBIs. Thurgood with a 333, 382, 412, 0 home runs, and 5 RBIs. Chinapi with a 3 ERA, 13 strikeouts, and a 1.06 whip, as well as Triplet with a 0.84 ERA, 14 strikeouts, and a 1.13 whip. So there is a lot of standout players versus Kingston, 3 stand out against Louisville. I'm not sure if I missed it. Does anyone... Yeah, BNN is off. BNN is off. So, just a heads up, I don't know if any mods wants to run a prediction in this upcoming game. If you look at the comparisons, it does look like Louisville does have an advantage, even though the series, yeah, I was about to say the series do not look the greatest. We got any other mods to run a prediction? No. I'm about to say, I can try and get it up and running one. I don't remember how to do it off the top of my... Oh, James, thank you. Cool. I'll give him a second to get that started before we load into it. But yeah, what do you think's going to happen this game? What are your thoughts?
I'd like to see Louisville take at least one. I don't think anybody likes a sweep if you're an impartial observer. That being said, if Louisville does take a game, that means it's more work for us. So I'll kind of be okay with it either way.
It's exactly what I was going to say.
But for the narrative, let's give Louisville a win.
For the storyline, we want Louisville to win. But for our sake, we want the Mounties to win.
Right.
Even though I did predict, or I did choose Louisville out of this. I would love to see them, but I mean, in the end, for a Mounties farewell, wouldn't be the worst case scenario. Okay, let's see. What is the prediction that they have running here? Do Lemurs avoid the sweep? Yes or no? Ooh.
I like the phrasing. Obviously, it's just a which team wins bet, but the phrasing adds so much tension and drama to it. Thank you, James. That's hot.
I'm gonna just bet some points here. Totally no offense to Louisville, but yeah. I'm betting on Kingston. Even though Louisville has a clear advantage, I would definitely predict. If I had to choose, I would have personally picked Louisville. I would love to see Louisville to win this. So, got a couple more seconds to predict. It looks like a lot of people are predicting that Louisville will avoid the sweep, which is a good pick. And as that has gone through, let's get right into this. Do you want to take the bottom halves and I take the top half?
Sure.
Cool. Let's do that as we head into this. Louisville at Mounties with Len Kagamine on the bump for Kingston. With a Andrew Myth leading off, strikes out. He is hot so far in this playoffs. Hopefully that doesn't get rid of it as he strikes out for out number 1. Miles Burrow up next. He's going to swing. It's going to be a pop fly to the right field, and it's going to be a pretty routine fly out for out number 2. And then we have Ruben Ramirez swinging at strike 3 to end the side. A 1-2-3 side for Kingston. Kagamine is trying to shut this door, trying to move on to the next round as we have Stand Up leading off as they ground to the shortstop for out number 1 as Roxas is the pitcher for Louisville. Bark Bark Woof Ruff flies out to the right fielder for out number 2, and then Anita Fartinghouse is going to squeak one right past second baseman for a single as they have a runner on with 2 outs for Babe. Before that happens, Anita Fartinghouse is going to steal second, and Babe here now is going to swing, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. Will that score a run? That looks like it's going to, and it does. Kingston's going to start off with an early lead after a RBI single coming from Babe. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, so I'm going to say that. And that's a deep drive by Brizzo. And that, as I say it, is going to be out of here. 2-run shot, 395 feet for Brizzo. I'm going to mess up a lot of these names, so I'm just going to go for the last names or whatever name I can pronounce. Yupper is going to hit a ball into the outfield for a base hit, continuing this 2-out rally as Farinick now is going to hit a pop fly. And I just realized I totally took your side of the inning. So you can take the top. I'll go to the bottom.
Okay. Archibald Thurgood Sassafras III is going to start off the second inning for Louisville. Strikeout there. 4 outs in a row for Kagamine to start the game. Muckers O'Houlihan up next. 1 out, nobody on. That'll be solid contact directly to the second baseman. Flipped over for a routine play at first. Forrest Gump will watch a pitch go by for a strikeout. A second consecutive 1-2-3 inning for Kagamine to start things off. Looking good.
And now we head to the bottom of the second, and I know people have been saying they haven't been getting or they weren't getting pings for this stream, so I just pinged everyone. I apologize for that, as Kyle Bryant gets a flyout as a center fielder makes a sliding grab for out number 1. Rob Cena Jr. is going to hit a ball up the middle, and that's going to be a base hit for him as we head to the top of the lineup. But before Dupp gets his at-bat, Rob Cena Jr. is going to steal second as Dupp flies out to what seems to be the right fielder for out number 2, and Rob Cena holds up at second. Bark Bark Woof Ruff hits a towering shot to center field, but it's not going to get enough power as that's going to be out number 3, as they had a runner in scoring position, but nothing to come of it.
Top of inning 3, down 3. Louisville's going to see if they can get some mojo back and try to get some momentum. Deep shot by Lump O'Sullivan, but not deep enough. That'll be tracked down in right field for out number 1. Diddle McGee will ground it to the pitcher, who scoops up and is able to throw it to first in time. Bobby Batter is going to round things off at the bottom of the order for the 3rd consecutive 1-2-3 inning. 9 batters face, 9 batters downed for Len Kagamine.
Jeez. Kingston out here really trying to end this series here, as Anita Fartinghouse is going to hit a ground ball sharp to the first baseman. He's just going to touch the bag for out number 1. Babe's going to hit a shot, and that's going to drop over the head of the second baseman for a base hit, as they have another runner on first. As Brizzo, who hit a 2-run shot last time up, flies out to the left fielder for out number 2 this time around. Yuppers is going to hit a ground ball to shortstop as Babe took off running on the pitch, but it's going to be a ground out for out number 3.
We've reached the 1/3 portion of the game. Top of the 4th, still 3-0 after the hot first inning for Kingston. Andy Myth is going to ground out to second base. That'll be 10 consecutive batters retired for Kingston. Make that 11 as Miles Burrow grounds out to shortstop on the other side of the infield. And then Ruben Ramirez is going to get the first hit for the Lemurs, getting on the board in the hits column, single over the first baseman's head. That'll be followed up by a ground ball from third base to second to end the inning, but not before they are starting to get a little bit of momentum with the bat. Hopefully they continue things forward.
Paranek's going to lead this one off for Kingston, as that one's going to look like I thought it was going to be a tough play to make, but the first baseman makes it look easy for out number 1. And then right after that, takes a ground ball himself for out number 2. And now we have Rob Cena Jr., who's going to squeeze it right by the shortstop for a 2-out hit, trying to start another rally like they did in the bottom of the first inning, as Dup's going to watch ball 4, as now they have runners on first and second, a runner in scoring position for Bark Bark Woof Ruff. He's had 2 hits going pretty deep, and this one's going to be a pop fly. And another good contact, but nothing coming of it, as that's going to end the side as they strand 2. Muckers O'Houlihan's going to ground out for the out number 1, as Forrest Gump.
Sorry.
No, you're good. As Forrest Gump's beats out a soft hit to the pitcher. And then we have Lump O'Sullivan watching strike 3, as now we have 2 outs now with a runner on first for Danny McGee to get, or Diddle McGee, I'm sorry, as he strikes out swinging. That's going to end the side. I'll just continue going in, and then you can take back up to the top of the 6th. As we still have Len Kagamine on the mound for Kingston, and Rox is still on the mound for Louisville, as Anita Fartinghouse is going to hit a very high pop fly to the center fielder for out number 1, as Babe hits a shot, and that's going to go right by the glove of second baseman for a base hit. And then we have Brizzo, who's going to hit a fly ball, and the center fielder's got to run a tad bit in to make this grab, but that's going to be out number 2, as now we have Yuppers, who's going to fly out to the third baseman for out number 3. Still have the starting pitchers out on the mound. See what happens as we head to the second half of the game.
Kakamine showing off how exactly that 1.35 ERA against Louisville this season came to be. Another ground out to second base and another ground out to second base. That'll bring up Miles Burrow. Nobody on, 2 outs. That'll be a blooper over the first baseman for a single. Ruben Ramirez up to the plate. Deep shot to left field. That'll be tracked down for out number 3. Through 6 innings, no runs yet for Louisville. 3 hits, though.
Louisville matching the hits to how many runs Kingston has, but they need to flip those 2 around, as Fairnick hits a shot, and that's going to be a diving catch by Ruben Ramirez out in center field for out number 1, and a shocking play that you love to see, as Bryant's going to ground out for out number 2, and Rob Cena's going to watch strike 3 go right by him, as that's going to be a very exciting 1-2-3 inning for Louisville.
3 innings left, 3 runs needed for the Lemurs. Thurgood Sassafras can start things off in the top of the 7th with a strikeout. That'll bring up Muckers O'Houlihan with 1 out and nobody on. Looks like we have Damian Jansen Crenshaw in for the Mounties to pitch now, our first pitching change, and he'll give up a hit right away, followed by Forrest Gump hitting deep to right center, tracked down for out number 2. Lump O'Sullivan up in a stolen base attempt. Looks like he's safe by a healthy margin. Runner in scoring position, a deep shot. That'll be a home run. 2 runs scored for Louisville, bringing the team within just 1 striking distance already, tying run perpetually at the plate. We got ourselves a ball game. Diddle McGee is going to come up to the plate next, and that'll be a line shot to right field, but not before some damage was done, and they've brought it within 1 run of the Kingston Mounties. We're going to have a quick stretch and head to the bottom of the 7th to see how Kingston responds.
They should have left Kagamine in the game, as right after they take him out, 2-run score, as now Louisville has pitching change. Patrick McCoy is now in, as Dup hits a fly out for out number 1. Bark Bark Woof Ruff as well hits a shot, but that's going to be caught by the center fielder for out 2. And then Anita Fartinghouse hits a sharp ground ball to the shortstop, and that's going to be another 1-2-3 inning for Louisville, as they're fighting and clawing back to try and win this game.
2 innings left, 2 runs to win. That'll be a base hit to left field for Bobby Batter, sending us to the top of the order. 1 on, nobody out. And Andy Myth is going to line out to right field, keeping Bobby Batter at first base. Milesboro has deep contact to left field, and that looks like that's going to also be tracked down. Still one runner on first. Ruben Ramirez at the plate will get a base hit. Advancing Bobby Batter to second. He's going to stretch it for third base. Looks like he makes it. Thurgood Sassafras with the runners on the corner is going to get a base hit to tie the game up. And advance Ruben Ramirez over to third. Runners still on the corners for Muckers O'Houlihan. Tie ball game, 2 outs. No more action for the Lemurs, but not before they tie it up. We're going to head to the bottom of the 8th, 3-3.
Tie game, bottom of the 8th. We have Babe up to bat and poor Triplett on the mound as Babe's going to watch ball 4 as he gets on base. Lead runner on. Brizzo now up is going to hit a shot right to the third baseman, out number 1 as Babe retreats back to first. Yuppers bunts it as they advance the runner. 2 outs now with Fairnick and a runner in scoring position as Fairnick swings at strike 3. I wouldn't personally decide to bunt on that, but I mean, they tried it and moved the runner ahead, but nothing happened to it. To the top of the 9th now.
Final chance to try to extend a little bit, capture on this momentum, and grab themselves a lead before extra innings. Forrest Gump's going to get on base with a single. Lump O'Sullivan will strike out. That'll bring up McGee. Runner on first. 1 out for Diddle. He's going to pop sky high. Hopefully infield fly was called. Bobby Batter is going to ground out to third base. That'll send us to the bottom of the 9th. Tied game, walk-off territory for the Kingston Mounties. Let's see what they can do with it.
This is the exciting time of baseball. Tie game. One swing of the bat could end it for you as Kyle Bryant's going to swing, and that's going to ground out to the shortstop as poor Triplett is still in to pitch for Louisville. Rob Cena Jr. watches ball 4 as he gets on base. Now to the top of the lineup for Kingston. Rob Cena Jr. is going to go off and steal second in there pretty safely, and Dupp grounds out as their runner to win it on third. Bark Bark Woof Ruff has the chance to score this runner to win it, and they do. Ball goes through the middle, and that's going to be a walk-off for Kingston to end it. They did make a last-minute pitching change as Salami Tsunami came in, but unfortunate, Bark Bark Woof Ruff hits that ball through the middle, and that's going to be the series for Kingston as they win this ball game 4-3, as you just saw in walk-off fashion. Batting side of things for Louisville, we had 2 for 4 games coming from Ruben Ramirez as well as Forrest Gump, and 2 RBIs coming from O'Sullivan. Kingston, we had a 3 for 3 game by Babe with 1 RBI as well as 2 RBIs coming from Brizzo. Pitching side of things, Roxas went 6 full innings, allowing 3 earned runs, got a no decision as Triplett gets awarded the loss after allowing 1 earned run after that after the walk-off hit as they put that runner on. Kingston, Kagamine, 6 in the 3rd, allowing no earned runs as soon as they pulled them out. Crenshaw came in, allowed 3 earned runs, but still got awarded the W. Your player of the game is Len Kagamine. Woo! Exciting game. That is an unfortunate sweep for the Lemurs, but pretty exciting for them Kingston Mounties fans and players out there. Yeah, I can, just to make sure, I can just quick play this, or should I watch all of them first before?
We have a request from Jabs for before Bears game 3.
Okay, let me see what that is. See, Bears. Please change Diamond Arms, huh? Relief pitcher Diamond Arms, secondary role to stopper. Yes. Like that. Do you want me to Jabs, just to double check? You want me to keep him as used more often, middle relief, and then add him as a stopper, just to make sure that this is right before I get anyone upset with me. Okay, cool. Good thing got that set now. back to what I'm saying. I'm safe to just quick sim that game, correct? Like I don't need to play through the majors before.
I believe you are correct.
Right? Double. I don't want to screw nothing up. Anyway, let's just go through it. See who's going to take the lead and have an elimination game on their hands. Is it going to be California? Is it going to be Bruce City? Let's find out. California is going to take the lead on this one after winning 5-0. Ouch. As California Firehawks got 11 hits on the day, while Bruce City only got 3. Down to the batting side of things, a 3-for-4 day and 2 RBIs coming from Bad and Bougie, as well as them getting a walk. For Bruce City, you have hits. The only hits of the team come from Olsen, Sosa, and Lux. Down to pitching, Grimes went 8 full innings, allowed no earned runs, pitched 105 pitches, getting the much-deserved win for California. Bruce City, Hunter Havoc gets a second loss of the series. 4 full innings, allowed 1 earned run. But your player of the game has got to be Robert Grimes. So we have our next elimination game coming up in the following days. Going over to the majors, which one should we do first? Should we do Apex or the Aviators games?
Let's do the Aviators game just so AJ doesn't have to squirm for as long.
Ah, man, that's the fun part, though. But anyway, go into managing that game. Let's go into the OBX as looks like it's pretty close even. It does seem that Aviators do have a slight advantage. Let's go to the wonderful stat info that we got. For OBX and Vancouver, the history of these teams, they've met once before in the playoffs. Vancouver beat the Aviators in 5 games in the wild card round. This is the 3rd straight season that Outer Banks made the postseason, all 3 times as the number 1 seed out of their conference. The postseason appearance snaps a 5-season playoff drought for Vancouver, so that's good to see them back into that playoff action. This season, the series between the 2 teams were relatively even. Outer Banks edges out a slight advantage, having a 6-4 record against the Vandals. The Aviators have swept the Vandals in their first meeting this season, a 2-game set in May, which they won 6-3 and then 6-2. Vandals batted a slash line of 249, 294, and 411 with 12 home runs against the Aviators compared to the slash line of 248, 336, and 421 with 9 home runs. The Aviators batted against the Vandals. Let's see. Standout players versus Vancouver is Bergen Cannon with a 342, 395, 579, 1 home run, 7 RBIs. Dub City with a 316, 395, 553, 1 home run, 9 RBIs. Hunter Geist with a 344, 463, 531 slash line. Funk with a 1.77 ERA, 18 strikeouts, 141 whip. And Walker Cato with a 249, 21 strikeouts, and 1.06 whip. I see this in the chat, though, before I do go advance. Babs says, for the next game, turn BNN back on so we can scoreboard watch the other 1-1 series. Oh.
Yeah, so not this one, but for the
following one.
The Apex one, yeah.
Standout players against OBX, Sack Lodge with a slash line of 265, 350, and 618. Sam Andrews with a slash line of 286, 333, 514. Toby McMuffin slash line of 257, 308, 514. And then Takahashi with a 2.65 ERA, 10 strikeouts, and a 0.76 whip. Cool. So we go into this prediction. Let's see what we have rolling here. Total strikeouts and over under 18.5. It is a playoff game. Oh, this is a tough one. I'm going to take the under if I had to bet, but I'm not going to bet on this because I don't like these kind of bets personally. But if I was a gambling man, like a crazy gambling man, I would take the under. But that's just me. Let's see.
Yeah, I think I would have taken the over first game just because it would have been both aces. But
yeah,
now it's AJ back out there. But instead of... But we got Beaumont. So it's like 1 1/3 ace.
1 1/3 ace. Oh Lord. Okay. As that one is winding down, do you want to take which side of things you want to take it?
I'll take the bottom.
Okay, so let's get right into it as Alex Johnson's going to be on the mound up against let me double check that BNN is off before I continue. Okay. Against Literis. Let's jump on into this game as Literis is going to lead things off for us. Alex Johnson trying to fight off a series sweep as he throws the pitch, and Literis grounds to the pitcher as Alex Johnson's going to bobble that one, and he's going to get on via an error. Literis is going to go to steal second, but I think he was thrown out. The strikeout, throw him out, 2 outs, and Bergen Cannon's going to follow suit with strike 3. A good recovery from Vandals there as Alex Johnson had the game 3 jitters, but gets out of it.
Build it yourself 1-2-3 inning for Vancouver. We're going to start it off with Geronimo Scheiderme grounding out. Going to bring up Sack Lodge. Going to rip a base hit down the middle. A couple of visual bugs here, and it looks like that will be a double eventually once OOTP decides what happened. Followed by another caught stealing attempt, our second in the first inning across both teams. Then Willie Colon is going to get himself a stand-up double as well. That'll bring up Andrea Magicomo, who's going to fly deep right field. That'll be a 2-run shot. Vancouver takes a 2-0 lead with 2 outs still in the first inning. Herb Sessions is going to come up to the plate with a clean slate and 2 outs. Solid base hit up the right field line. That'll be a runner on first, bringing up Toby McMuffin. Gonna pop up deep to right field, and that will end the inning, but not before the damage was done. The Vandals strike first. 2-0 lead for the Vandals going to the top of the second.
They really trying to fight off this elimination game as Drockenberg's going to be up first, and he's going to ground out for the first out of the second inning. Dan Halen's going to hit a shot to the second baseman, barely going to reach it, and is going to turn to make the out for out number 2. And Hunter Geist will also follow suit, grounding out to end the side, a 1-2-3 inning. They got to get something rolling if they want to come back as they are down 2-0.
Jackie Daytona is going to start things off with a strikeout for Vancouver. That'll bring up Sam Andrews, 1 out, nobody on. Strikeout number 2. Bob Beaumont fanning 2 in a row. That'll bring us to the bottom of the order with Dan King coming up to the plate. He's going to pop up. Looks like that'll be called off by the first baseman for out number 3. 1-2-3 inning following the 2-run outing from Vancouver. Still 2-0 heading to the top of the third.
Alex Johnson coming back out as Riverboats. Jeez, there's going to be a lot of action towards that shortstop as he makes another ground ball play, throw to first, make it another one following suit, as that's going to be 2 quick outs now to Tex Walker, bottom of the lineup, as they finally get a ball out of the infield and gets a base hit. Top of the order, Mike Literis is going to ground to the second baseman, and he's going to turn and just make the easy throw over to first for the third out of the inning. Walker gets the only hit so far for OBX. Let's see if that's the sign of something to come.
Bottom of the third, top of the order, Geronimo Scheiderme is going to line out to left field. That'll bring up Sack Lodge. He will watch pitch 3 go by for a strikeout. That'll bring up Willie Colon in just a second here with 2 outs, nobody on. He'll ground out to the shortstop for another 1-2-3 inning for the Plains, bringing us to the top of the fourth, still 2-0 Vancouver.
As we see Dub City out, he's going to hit a shot and drop it right in front of the right fielder for a base hit. Let's see if we can get something going. Bergen Cannon's going to swing at an inside pitch, and that's going to be out number 1 for them. Drockenberg coming up for their second at-bat as they're going to hit a shot, and that's going to go to left field, and Dub City's going to hold up at second as we have runners on first and second, 1 out. Dan Halen going to follow suit as well, hit to the third base side, left field, and Dub City's going to turn the corner and score. That's 1 run back. Still runners on first and second, still 1 out. Hunter Geist now checks his swing, but They're going to call it a strike anyway. That's going to be out number 2. Riverboat has a chance to score more runs, but they're going to hit a soft liner to the third baseman to end the side. They did strike back. They did get some hits. Let's see if they can continue that next time around.
Andrea Maggiacomo is going to start things off with a deep line shot. That'll be a solo home run. Answering that run that the Plains just scored in assertive fashion.
Just after I said they're going to make a comeback, huh?
Yeah. That'll bring up Herb Sessions, who also has nobody on, nobody out, and he tries to follow suit going to right field. Doesn't quite have the power for it, though. Toby McMuffin is going to get a base hit past the first baseman. Nice little single. That'll bring up Jackie Daytona. 1 on, 1 out. He'll take a walk. Bringing up Sam Andrews. Looks like double play territory, and it is, in fact, converted by Outer Banks. They'll end the inning, but not before Vancouver reasserts the 2-run lead that they had previously, sending us to the top of the 5th.
Tyler Swift's going to hit a hard ground ball to the second baseman. They're going to turn and make the easy throw for the out. Tex Walker now is going to ground out to the third baseman. These bats need to get the ball out of the infield because Vancouver's infield have been walls here, as Literis is going to fly out to the catcher, and that's going to be a 1-2-3 side for OBX as we head right back to the bottom to see Vancouver hit.
Bottom of the 5th, bottom of the order. Dan King is going to start with a little blooper over to third base. Can't quite beat out the throw. Scheidemy is going to take the plate. 1 out, nobody on. Deep warning track power. For out number 2, Sack Lodge is going to get himself a line shot over to second base for a 1-2-3 inning. Outer Banks fielders respond in kind. Top of the 6th, still 3-1.
We see Alex Johnson's stamina getting quite low as they throw a pitch to Dub City, and that one is deep and gone. This might be the sign to possibly take out their starter as he's getting tired. That is only 56 pitches, but he wasn't fully rested when he came into this game as Dub City hits a bomb 435 feet to bring 1 run back. As they still keep Johnson on, as Bergen Cannon hits a shot to the first base, the ball dies right as it gets to the first baseman. That's going to be a touch and an out. Drockenberg's going to swing at strike 3 as they make a pitching change and bring in Amelia Takahashi to relief Alex Johnson. Dan Halen, 2 outs, new pitcher, see what he can do as he hits a ground ball going right to the second baseman. And that's going to be the side as OBX brings 1 back. The run difference is down to 1. Let's see how this continues.
Bob Beaumont still on the bump. Willie Colon's going to start things off with a high fly ball to shallow right center. Andrea Maggiacomo is going to continue the momentum from last plate appearance with a line shot over the second baseman for a first base single. Little blooper here from Herb Sessions is going to be a stand-up double.
Very interesting
Maggiacomo
animation
stays
there.
at third. Yeah, I don't know what that was. A line shot from Toby McMuffin. And that's going to be a 2 RBI stand-up double for the breakfast sandwich of America. Jackie Daytona at the plate. We have a pitching change as Flame McDonald takes the mound. Jackie Daytona is going to fly out to right field. Toby McMuffin stays at second base, and Sam Andrews is going to strike out to end the inning, but not before Vancouver not only takes back their 2-run lead, but expands it to 3.
Every time OBX scores something, Vancouver's answers right back as we have Hunter Geis back out with Troy pressing on the bump now for them. Hunter Geis going to hit a shot to the left field and get a base hit to start off this side of the inning. Riverboat, he's going to hit a shot, and that's going to go as well to the left field side. And we have runners on first and second with still no outs. Let's see if they can make some damage. Now the bases are juiced after a walk to Tyler Swift. Tex Walker, bases loaded. He's hot and hits a high fly ball. Will that be deep enough to score the runner? It looks like it will be as Hunter Geis tags up and scores. Troy pressing, struggling on this outing. Do they keep him in? They do. Top of the order, Literis gonna hit a shot left field side, and that might score 1, if not 2, as Literis turns and stays at 2. Oh my God, they caught him sleeping. Riverboat caught the shortstop sleeping and scores. That is a tie ball game, folks. Dub City. Mike Literis actually is going to steal third, but get caught stealing. Dub City, right after being caught out, well, after Literis gets thrown out, is going to swing at strike 3. Tie ball game. Could have been more if Literis did not get caught at third.
Bottom of the 7th, bottom of the order, tied game, 5 runs apiece, and Dan King's going to watch strike 3 go by and trot on back to the dugout. That'll be 1 out, top of the order. Geronimo Scheiderme is going to come to the plate and take a free trip to first. Sack Lodge is going to get a base hit. Rolls all the way back to the right field wall. That'll be a double, and they throw to second, letting Scheiderme go home.
I cannot believe that.
Runner on second, Willie Colon is going to strike out. That'll bring up Magicomo, who's hot to trot today. Had a home run and then a base hit in his last 2 plate appearances. Cannot keep the momentum going. That'll end the inning, but not before they just nibble back a little bit and take a lead again. Top of the 8th.
Telling you, Vancouver keeping that streak of whenever OBX says they can do something, Vancouver says we can too, as Troy Pressing strikes out Bergen Canyon for the first out of the side. Arno Drakenberg is going to fly to center field. The center fielder was playing deep, runs up and makes a catch for out number 2. Dan Halen hits a ground ball right to the pitcher as he turns and makes the easy toss over to first to have a 1-2-3 side, and we head to the bottom of the 8th.
Bottom of the 8th, last chance for Vandals to make it harder for OBX, and it looks like Herb Sessions is going to do just that with a solo shot to start things off on an 0-2 count. Gutsy swing, gutsy payoff. 2-run lead, no outs, and that'll bring up Toby McMuffin to the plate. Little dribbler over to the shortstop for out number 1. Jackie Daytona is going to follow suit and feed directly over to Linus Riverboat for out number 2. And Sam Andrews will ground out directly to the first baseman. No need to get the short involved at all, but not before they tack 1 run on. 2-run deficit, top of the 9th.
Last chance. Vancouver brings in Fuji as Homura Fuji as he strikes out Hunter Geist for out number 1. Last chance for Outer Banks as they have Riverboat. He's going to hit a shot, and that's going to make it to the wall in left field, and that's going to be a double easily for Riverboat as they have a chance to come back in this one. Tyler Swift up, going to hit a ground ball, and will he beat out the throw to first? He barely gets thrown out, and that's going to be out number 2. Last chance, Tex Walker hits a ball, and that's going to drop in front of the second baseman. I thought that was going to be caught as Riverboat scores. Down by 1.
Weird.
Last chance. Mike Litter is going to hit a shot. That's deep. And that's gone. As OBX takes the lead after a flub by the second baseman causes this game to continue. Oh my God. Litter has hit a 393-foot shot to give them the lead. Dub City. This game should have ended as how OBX is going to pick on Fuji. Bergen Canyon as Dub City's going to steal second, but he gets thrown out. How many times do you got to get thrown out, OBX, to know to stop stealing? Head to last chance for Vandals. Is this going to be an interesting one?
1 inning to play, 1 run to tie. Looks like Dan Kane is going to get on first with a single blooped over the second baseman. Scheiderme is going to bunt and advance Dan King over to second. We got a runner in scoring position, 1 out. Sack Lodge at the plate. And he's going to pop one over the shortstop. 1 out. Runners on the corners. Tying run at third. Leading run at first. And it looks like they're checking the runners back to first. Intentional walk there. Bases loaded. 1 out. Down by 1. And a wild pitch goes by him. Scores a run. Runners advance. First base is empty. 2 runners in scoring position. 1 out. And that's a base hit walk-off, ladies and gentlemen. The Vancouver Vandals avoid elimination off of a wild pitch and a base hit. Final score is going to be 9-8. Got a 2 for 5 outing from Mike Litteris. 3 for 4 from Dub City. 4 RBIs for Mike Litteris, by the way. 2 for 4 outing from Linus Riverboat as well with 2 runs. 2 for 3. Tex Walker, 1 run, 3 RBIs. Over on Vancouver side of things, we have a 3 for 5 performance with 1 run by Sack Lodge, 1 RBI there as well. 3 for 4 from Herb Sessions, 2 runs, 1 RBI. And our big player of the game for Vancouver, Andrea Magiacomo, going 4 for 5, 3 runs, 4 RBIs.
And for the prediction people, that was 15 strikeouts. So what was it, the under, I believe?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, continue what you were saying.
I think one of those hits and RBIs for Majikomo was also the walk-off single as well. Absolute monster game for Andrea there. Bob Beaumont's going to go 5.1 innings, 5 earned runs to start things off. No decision. The decision doesn't come until Domingo Poza comes in. 2.1 innings, 4 earned runs. Over on Vancouver side of things, we have a hold from Takahashi, no decision for Johnson. Troy pressing with the blown save. Then Homura Fuji with a second blown save and a win. Player of the game is going to be Andrea Majikomo with that 4-hit outing and the walk-off. Huge game.
Woo! Man, so much for the six games watching, huh? Gonna go to that next game, next one to be out there.
About.
I mean, yeah, of course, we got to dream about it, but we all know on the inside of us we want more.
Phrasing.
Man, as we go to the seems to be fan favorite Indianapolis Apex after they basically made everyone rich. Going into the last, actually, let me see. I do have a notification to see if anyone wants to make a change. Let's see, Vandals. He's gonna need to see some stamina.
I'm sure we take care of that after we advance to the next day.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll advance to the next, or once I advance to the next day, we'll take a look at it. I'll remember to turn on BNN this time because all the elimination games are done with. So yes, on. And before I get started, Indy or Detroit, let's take a look at their info we have for them.
It's the second straight season that both teams have made the postseason. Last season, the Demons swept the Apex 3-0, and it looks like this year the Apex might be returning the favor. Prior to last year's meeting in the playoffs, the Apex and the Demons had playoff droughts of 4 and 6 seasons respectively, so them both making it 2 years in a row is a nice turnaround for both organizations. These two teams have had a big back-and-forth battle this season, splitting the season series at an even 6 games apiece. These division rivals ended the seasons by playing each other in a series that would decide who would win the division and whether or not the casino would have to pay out $900 million, with the Apex coming out on top, winning the final 2 games of the series. The Demons batted a slash line of 237, 301, 377 with 10 homers, and the Apex hit 224, 280, 397 with 13 home runs against the Demons. A couple of standout players that we might want to keep our eyes on. Ben Dover against Detroit has been going 265, 333, 571 with 3 homers and 6 RBIs. Sailor Twift, 268, 304, 439, 1 homer and 9 RBIs. Zach Mouse, 280, 333, 580, 3 home runs, 7 RBIs. Michael Dion has been throwing 3.68 ERA with 19 strikeouts and a 1.00 whip. Very crisp number. I like seeing that. And then You Need to Calm Down is going to have a 1.76 ERA, 20 strikeouts, and a 0.98 whip. As for the Demons, we have Joe Burrow against Indy this season going 333, 333, and 467 with 1 home run and 9 RBIs. Scott Poe going 304, 340, and 543 with 3 home runs and 11 RBIs, as well as Kid Carsey throwing a disgusting 0.31 ERA, 22 strikeouts, 0.69 nice whip, and Galvin going 3.42 ERAs, 23 strikeouts, and 1.14 whip.
Jeez, just to say, looking at the 2 starting pitchers today, I mean, as much as I want Indianapolis to win, I'm going to take Detroit because, one, Michael Dion's out on the bump. That's a bad sign for Indianapolis, for all you Mike fans out there. And then Kid Carsey, ex-Toro, I got to root for the boy. Had an insane season last season. Continued his dominance against Indianapolis, as you see. So I'm going to have to go for Kid Carsey in this time around.
Looks like Hamas had to delete the bet, actually, because it was possible to tie.
Yes. Okay, so before we get into it, don't know what your prediction is for this game, and then plus what side you want to take the talking
I will take the Detroit lineup and I will commentate the Detroit lineup. A lot of advantage going Demons' way here with 9 out of the 10 icons popping up for them. And I don't know. I got faith in them. I almost won the Tahini Classic by betting on them last year, so we'll see.
I mean, you do see the huge advantages going towards Detroit. So it's very interesting to see how Indianapolis is leading this 2-0. Detroit must be having a big old stinker so far. They need to wake up their bats and their pitching and see if they can actually win this. It looks like, is the betting still? Yeah, it looks like the betting's still there. I thinking they got a mix up.
I think someone said tie goes to winner, but I don't know if that's. Oh no, that's not a mod.
Yeah. Anyway, let's hop into this as we have Ben Dover up against Kid Carsey on the bump. To start things off, let's see how things go. Ben Dover leading off. Elimination game. Let's see how this one goes. Ben Dover is going to pop up, and the third baseman's going to make a run to the outfield to make the catch for out number 1. Zach Mouse hits a ground ball to the second baseman. He turns and throws it over to first for out number 2, and Parmalee is going to ground out to the shortstop. A pretty quick 1-2-3 inning for Detroit as we head on down to the bottom half.
Michael Dion's going to take the mound for the Cars as Ben Stacking Paper is going to lead things off with a base hit, getting between the short and third baseman. Victor Herrera comes up with 1 runner on, no outs, and that's going to be an error at second base. A rare error for the phenomenal fielder, Sailor Twift. Then a line shot to shortstop is going to keep both of the runners where they are. Deep hit, that's going to be a 3-run bomb to start things off for the Detroit Demons. One of those runs coming off a base hit, one of those runs coming off of what looked like an error, was not chalked up as one. But either way, fans in Detroit are going to be happy to see a 3-0 lead.
As well as they did change the bet. The bet is now how many runs will happen in the 9th.
Ah, okay. Danny B is going to strike out and end the inning, but not before the damage was done. Detroit getting a 3-run bomb to start off the game. We're going to head to the top of the second, 3-0 Demons.
Told you not to trust Michael Dion. I told you. But here we go. We got Jimbo Slice lining a sharp line drive to the center fielder who's going to be there for the catch. Johnny Tsunami is going to hit a shot to right field, and that's going to be a base hit for him. And Johnny's going to take off for second. He's going to slide in there with ease and steals the base. Sailor Twift's going to hit a shot, and that's going to turn the corner for Johnny Tsunami, who's going to slide in at the plate, and he is safe as Johnny Tsunami gets in to score as Sailor Twift gets an RBI single. Jody Quinn's going to swing at strike 3, and then Rotor Wash with the mustache going to hit a ground ball over to the third baseman, who's going to turn and make the throw for the fielder's choice at second.
Indy has started to respond. We'll see if Detroit can quell the masses. Nicholson Dime is going to strike out swinging. That'll bring up Joe Burrow, one of our hot to trot players that we've mentioned in the stats beforehand. It looks like Joe's going to display great patience and get a free trip to first base with a walk. Stanley Elness, with 1 runner on and 1 out, is going to ground into an inning-ending double play. Great defense from the Apex, and that'll bring us to the top of the third, 3-1 Detroit.
Wander Franco going to lead us off, going to swing at strike 3 at a slider. Got fooled on that one, and that's going to be out number 1. Kid Carsey striking him out. Top of the lineup now as Ben Dover's going to ground out to the third baseman for out number 2, and then we have Zach Mouse up again, and he's going to ground out to the second baseman. That's going to be a quick 1-2-3 inning for Kid Carsey, and nothing really happening that side of things as we're going to head to the bottom of the third for Detroit.
Bottom of the third, top of the order. Ben Stacking Paper is going to get on base again with another hit, this time a double. Just a triple and a home run away from the cycle, I guess. Victor Herrera is going to line out directly to the third baseman. And then Ben Stacking Paper is going to mosey on over with a steal on third base. It looks like Poe is going to blast another multi-run home run. The second bomb for Detroit so far today. 5 hits, 5 runs through 3 innings so far, and we only got 1 out. We take a look at the scoreboard. New York Voyagers are also up 5-0, and the New Orleans Rougarous are up 1-0. Haywood Dinkle is going to leg out a single, beating the pitcher to first base. And Stretch Armstrong is going to fly to left center. 2 outs, 1 runner on for Danny B, who is going to take ball 4. A BB for DB. The Nicholson Dimes will watch strike 3 go by, stranding 2 runners, but not before scoring 2 runners. The Demons have now a 5-1 lead heading to the top of the 4th.
Parmelee going to lead it off for Indy as he's going to hit a ball into the outfield. It's going to drop in for a base hit. Jimbo Slice going to hit a ground ball. It looks like it's going to be a double play. They turn to 2, but don't throw over to 1. And that's going to be a fielder's choice as Jimbo Slice going to take off for second and gets there rather easily as the catcher bobbled the ball. Johnny Tsunami is going to ground to the third baseman, and third baseman's going to pump, but not actually throw. I don't know what happened there. Johnny Tsunami takes off for second time stealing second this game. Sailor Twift hits a shot in between third and shortstop, and that's going to score 2 runs as they bring it back within 2, as Sailor Twift is really clutch when runners are in scoring position. Jody Quinn going to watch ball 4, and there's going to be runners on first and second, 1 out. Rotor Wash with the mustache going to hit a fly ball to the left field, and that's going to be out number 2. Runners stay where they're at, and Wander Franco has a chance to do more damage as he drops the ball into the outfield, and that's going to score Sailor Twift. And now the score is now 4-5. Wander Franco with an RBI single. Top of the lineup, bend over. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Ground ball over to the shortstop. Turn and makes the fielder's choice at 2. Carsey did get pulled out in that, as well as Duckworth Lewis is pitching.
John Barron on the mound for Indy. Looks like Joe Burrow is going to ground out, bringing up Stanley Yelnats at the bottom of the order. Line shot, base hit for him. Ben Stackenpaper coming up to the plate. 2 hits in a row so far. Cannot get a third. That'll be a strikeout swinging. Victor Herrera at the plate. 2 outs, is going to ground to Twift to end the inning. Looks like Indy's got a little bit of momentum. Top of the 5th, only down by 1 now. We'll see what the Cars can do with it.
We do see in the chat we have messages from Hummus and Lancer, but I don't know. They're blank. I don't know what is typing there. I can't see anything as Zach Mouse takes a walk and Parmelee strikes out, and that's out number 1. Zach Mouse going to take off for second, and he's going to steal second with ease. Jimbo Slice hits a ground ball. Shortstop's going to watch Zach Mouse back to second as he makes a throw over to first for out number 2. Johnny Tsunami hits a shot up the middle, and the pitcher turns, reacts, catches for out number 3, holds that runner at second, as that's going to be the side for them.
And pitchers catching a comebacker is some of the scariest stuff in sports.
Also, the no-hitter got broke up.
What no-hitter? We didn't talk about a no-hitter. Haywood Dinkle's going to get himself a base hit. Stretch Armstrong is going to ground into it. Looks to be a double play to end the inning. It looks like through 5, it will be a 5-4 game. Still Detroit's favor heading to the top of the 6th.
Sailor Twift going to lead us off, and they're going to ground out to the shortstop. Duckworth Lewis is on the mound still. Jody Quinn is going to hit a fly ball. Jody fly ball Quinn. Out number 2 is we have Rotor Wash with the mustache trying to get something rolling as they ground out to the second baseman. A quick 1-2-3 inning for Detroit as they are going to go and try and extend their lead in the bottom half of this inning.
5-4, bottom of the 6th. Danny B is going to start things off with a strikeout. That'll bring up Nicholson Dimes, who so far this postseason has had the least impressive batting average of his team, but he takes hits like a champ, and he'll go to first base for free. The low cost of, I guess, a welt. And you know what? Give me second, too. And you know what? Give me third, too. You hit me, I'm going to third. Nothing you can do about it. Joe Burrow says, that's great. I love that. I'm inspired. You're coming home, buddy. And Nicholson Dimes converts a hit by pitch into 2 stolen bases and a run off an RBI single from Joe Burrow. That'll bring up Ben Stackenpaper, 2 outs. That will be the 3rd out. but not before Nicholson Dimes manufactures a run out of thin air. Heading to the top of the 7th, 6-4 Demons.
Got Wander Franco leading us off as you look at a swinging bunt, and that's going to be a turn and throw over to first for out number 1. Bend over now. It's going to hit a fly ball to the first baseman. Gets called off by the second baseman, actually, and they make this catch for out number 2. Zach Mouse swings at strike 3, and that's going to be a quick 1-2-3 inning once again. As we see an out-of-town, Voyagers are beating San Antonio 6-0 in the bottom of the 7th.
New Orleans is up 6-3 in the 7th as well. That'll be a strikeout for Victor Herrera, bringing up Scott Poe. Nobody on, 1 out, up 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th. Poe is going to ground out to the first baseman, who flips it on over to You Need to Calm Down for the easy out. And Haywood Dinkle's going to ground to second, who flips it over to first for out number 3. 1-2-3 inning after the 7th inning stretch. We'll head to the top of the 8th. Still a 2-run ball game. Demons up.
Still have a chance to come back as Dustin Parmley's going to watch ball 4 as Tim Galvin gets brought in to pitch. Jimbo sliced the shot in between the shortstop and third base to get on base. Runners on first and second. Johnny Tsunami watches strike 3 go right by him. So that's going to be 1 out. Sailor Twift's going to ground. That's going to look like a double play, and that's going to end the side. They had a chance to score there as Tim Galvin got out of a jam there. As it's going to head to the bottom of the 8th. Indy has one last chance to win this ball game.
But not before Detroit has the opportunity to expand their lead a little bit. Armstrong's going to take a base for free, bringing up Danny B, who will strike out swinging. Nicholson Dimes going to come up, still tender on the shoulder. And with a vengeance, and he's going to swat one deep. You hit me, I hit you. 2-run bomb for the Detroit Demons as Nicholson Dimes gets revenge on the pitching staff of the Indianapolis Apex. That'll bring up Joe Burrow with 1 out and empty bases, and a strangely animated blooper over to first will be out number 2. Bottom of the order, Stanley Yelnats is going to fly deep to center, and that will end the inning, but not before Nicholson Dimes gets revenge with 2 more runs. 4-run deficit for Indy, 3 outs to play with. Let's see what the Cars can do.
Tim Galvin back up on the bump as he strikes out Jody Quinn for out number 1. 2 more outs left for these Indianapolis Apex to make this 4-run comeback. Rotor Wash with a mustache up now as he watches strike 3 go by him as well. Tim Galvin, last batter to possibly end this game. Wander Franco has a chance to keep this game alive as they hit a ground ball, dies at the shortstop. A fumble bumble, but I think he would have been safe regardless as we head to the top of the lineup. Bend over, shot to the center fielder, and that's going to be caught out number 3. Detroit fights off elimination as they win this ball game 8-4. That's going to be a crazy game to watch there as Indianapolis has to try again tomorrow to end this series. Hitting side of things, we have 2 for 4 day by Sailor Twift with 3 RBIs coming from Indy. And then for Detroit, we have a 3 for 4 day by Haywood Dinkle with 3 RBIs, as well as 2 RBIs coming from Scott Poe. Pitching side of things, Michael Dion got the loss. Only 2 1/3 innings pitch, allowing 5 earned runs, as the win goes to Lewis on Detroit for 2 1/3 innings pitch, allowing no earned runs, and the hold going to Tim Galvin. Your player of the game is Haywood Dinkle, and like I predicted, I told you, I don't trust Michael Dion when it comes to those clutch situations. Nothing against him, but Mike knows himself. His player can either be really good or really bad, and I'm fortunate the bad side came out that day. As we go and look at, we see the Sloths against the Voyagers. The Voyagers came out and won this one 6-0 as they advance their series lead 2-1 as we have another elimination game coming up as Voyagers look to end this series. San Antonio, we had only 3 hits on the day coming from Acuna Matata, Revan Knox, and Suadat. New York had a 3 for 4 day and a 1 RBI come from Tom Shue, as well as 3 RBIs coming from Kirk Swerve. Down to pitching. San Antonio, Greer got the start, awarded the loss after allowing 5 earned runs in 1 inning of work. And Tokoyami got the start and the win for New York. 8 full innings, no earned runs, as Flowers came into relief to finish up that shutout. Your player of the game is Fumikage Tokoyami. And then we see Sarasota came back and won this one after they were being no hit through, 5 innings? Wow. Sarasota's going to win 10-8. Looking at batting side of things for New Orleans, we had a 3-for-4 day with 2 RBIs coming from J.R. Cook, as well as 2 RBIs coming from Vidal Valor, and 3 RBIs from Naz Hamed. Sarasota, 1-for-4 day for Crouchwagon, but he did have 3 RBIs, as well as 2 RBIs coming from Bagescu. Look at the graph. People are saying Nola had basically the win in their graphs in the 8th, and then a storming comeback. Sarasota scored 7 in the bottom of the 8th to take the lead and win. Jeez. Pitching. Aiden McDougal got the start for New Orleans, 5 2/3 innings pitch, allowing 2 earned runs. The loss and a blown save, unfortunately, going to Jose 43, allowing 4 earned runs in 2/3 inning of work. Sarasota, Laguse got the start, 5 2/3 innings pitch, allowed 2 earned runs. The win does go to the Hill after allowing 2 earned runs in an inning and 2/3 work, as each pitcher for Sarasota, looking at it, has allowed 2 earned runs. Your player of the game is J.R. Cook. As, yikes. I believe I already went through the minors side of things, as we saw Kingston advanced, and I believe Kingston is the only team guaranteed advance, as they're going to get some type of rest. So we head on to the following day. Go back down to the minors.
Looks like we have a couple, or at least one blip in the manager's chat. And we also need to turn off the scoreboard again at some point.
Yeah. And I know we have to check Vandals as well, because I remember AJ wanted a look-see. So, let's see. OBX pitcher stamina. There we go. You guys have Walker Cato coming out to pitch, and it looks like he's pretty rested. He's on fire. He's on a hot streak. Let me know, Razor, if you want me to change anything, if you want me to look at anything. Any other GMs want me to change anything, just let me know. While we're waiting on Razor, I'm going to go double check for the Vandals for AJ, as we have, looks like Greg Digger Jr. is coming out, as he's on yellow, slightly tired.
Okay, he's on phone, and he needs us to read out the stamina percentages for Digger, Takahashi, Rogers, and Tosin.
Okay, so Digger is at 59%. Johnson is completely 0% exhausted. Rogers is at, for starting wise, 58%, slightly tired, 89% for relief pitching. Takahashi is at 25% exhausted for starting pitcher, 78% for relief pitching. And then, was there anyone else he wanted? Tosin? 59% for starting pitching and 83% for relief pitcher. AJ, let me know if you want me to do anything.
Looks like Aviators say that they just wanted to look.
So we're good on them. Just waiting on them Vandals.
I was trying to think of a Razor Aviators portmanteau. I don't know if I like Raviator or Aviators better.
We have a request coming from Demons. They want to put Kit Carsey in the pen and set him to middle relief. Do you want to keep him at normal usage, TARDIS, or would you like to change him?
Also, AJ says no change for Vandals.
Normal is fine. Okay, so that's good. Any last changes As back to looking at Vancouver just to double check. Everything's fine. Anyone else? Give you guys a good old 5-second countdown. In my head, of course. As I'm going to go over to the scores. We're going to watch the Miners elimination game. California trying to end this series as Brew City is trying to fight back and bring in a Game 5.
Also got to be sure to turn off the scoreboard.
Yes, we got a lot of elimination games now. Turn you off, my good friend. As we see, lots of it looks like a California-sided things. Where is the info that we were provided? I don't think this is the first elimination game we're doing of this team, correct?
Yep, this is the first playoff berth for the Brew City Bears franchise, so congratulations to them. Very exciting for this to be your coronation into the pantheon of teams that have made it. This is, however, the fourth straight season in which California/San Bernardino have made the playoffs. Last season, the Firehawks were eliminated in the first round by the Dallas Dynamos, and the season before that, they won their championship. For this season itself, though, over the course of the year, the California Firehawks have had a record of 7-5 against Brew City. Neither of those two teams managed to sweep one or the other in any of their series. As a team, Brew City had a slash line of 251, 317, 327 with only 5 home runs against the Firehawks, whereas the Firehawks had 278, 361, 422 with 16 home runs against the Bears. This season, the Firehawks outscored the Bears 63-48 in those 12 games they played. There was one complete game shutout between these two teams, earned by Josh Smaxson of the Firehawks, who went 9 innings, walking 2 batters, giving 4 hits, and striking out 8 batters in an 11-0 win for the Firehawks. A couple of players to keep our eyes on. Scruff McGruff against California has gone 213, 288, 489 with 4 home runs and 10 RBIs. Sender Klukas, 333, 423, 422, 1 home run and 9 RBIs. So he has a 423 on base and a 422 slugging. Very interesting there. Hunter Havoc with a 1.5 ERA, 12 strikeouts, and a 1.40 whip. Booze Gooser with a 0.82 ERA, 12 strikeouts, and a 1.09 whip. As for the Firehawks against the Brew City Bears, we have Jose Sloseko going 356, 434, and 556, 3 home runs, 12 RBIs. Ignacio Encarnacion, 370, 464, and 696, 4 home runs, 10 RBIs. So Encarnacion has been lighting the Bears up this year. Bad and Bougie going 314, 386, 451 with 2 home runs, 4 RBIs. Josh Smaxson in that complete game of his with a 3.15 ERA, 18 strikeouts, 1.15 whip. And Branson with a 1.00 ERA, 12 strikeouts, 0.89 whip.
Ooh, it's going to be an interesting one. Like I already said, California is fighting to end this series while Brew City is trying to survive. The prediction that came through was total home runs. I have no idea what to expect out of this. It's the Miners. Everyone knows it's going to be insane regardless. So before I go into it, which side would you like? And then we'll head right in.
You know, I picked the last two. How about you pick this one?
I mean, okay, I'll take California.
Okay.
As we head into this, James Barker going to lead us off against Namey McNamerson as we enter into Game 4 of this series. Barker hitting 615 on this series as they increase that as he hits a shot down the left field line for a base hit to lead us off. Encarnacion up now. He's going to hit a shot, and that's going to go to deep right field out of the park. Literally a home run. Encarnacion, 2-run shot. That's a way to start this game. There is 1 home run for you betting folk over there. 403 feet. Rembeverwinkle now going to continue on suit to see if they can get this going as they watch strike 3. Knuckle curve going right by them. Bad and Bougie up now, batting with a 455 batting average. swinging, gonna squeeze this one right by the second baseman for a base hit, as Nathan McNamerson's not getting too hot of a start this time around. Sloseko swings, pop fly, center field, making the catch for out number 2. Anton Grimes Jr. watches strike 3 go right by. Fastball zooming right by him as California strikes first. 2 runs on a 2-run home run by Encarnacion as we head to the bottom of the first.
Jimmy Olsen and the rest of the Bears have their work cut out for them. Wade Silliams is going to coax Olsen into a fly out to left field for out number 1, followed by W.R. Wolf grounding out to the second baseman for out number 2, and that'll bring up Jacob Sosa, who's going to get a deep shot, warning track power that'll be left center, hawked down by the Fire Hawk outfield for a 1-2-3 inning. It looks like the Bears are not able to respond just yet. Top of the second, 2-run lead for California.
Sawyer Stern is going to lead us off. He's going to ground out to the shortstop for out number 1. Renny Rodriguez got to be hit a little blooper, but it's going to be caught by the second baseman as they barely touch the outfield grass. And then Bingo Lulingo. It's very confusing as the other player, Bingo Lulingo, grounds out to the first baseman for out number 3.
That'll bring up Scruff McGruff, who's going to take a bite out of the shortstop, I guess. Looks like that'll be an error. Sander Klukas is going to line out, and then the shortstop makes up for the little blunder they had just now. Stevie Steve is going to fly out to left field. 2 outs, runner on first for underrated. He's going to watch a pitch go by for ball number 4. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Janice Lux at the plate. Solid contact, line shot, but a diving catch made by Renny Rodriguez. That'll end the inning, still 2-0 California.
Had a chance to score some runs as now we have James Barker hitting a high fly ball to center fielder, but that's as much as it's going to get. It's going to be out. Encarnacion, second at bat, is going to drop one right over the head of the second baseman for a base hit as they have 2 hits on the day. Encarnacion also going to try and steal second, but it looks like they were thrown out by a mile. From Beverwinkle, going to watch ball 4, as that would have put Encarnacion on second regardless, but unfortunately got thrown out stealing. Baden Bougie is going to swing at a ball, fly out to the left fielder for out number 3, and that's going to end the side after a awkward stolen base attempt by Encarnacion.
Bottom of the third, bottom of the order, Fozzie Miller is going to ground out. Great toss over to first by the pitcher there. Strange blooper is going to be tracked down by the catcher for out number 2 for Olsen, and W.R. Wolf is going to lace a base hit over the first baseman. Runner on first, 2 outs. And Hugh Jackman is going to make the second and make it to third on an error. The second error of the game in this young game so far. Looks like it isn't going to amount to anything, but not a good sign for the California fielders. Bears unable to score, still 2-0 as we hit the 1/3 point of the game.
So we have Sloseko leading off first as that's going to get through, and looks like that was an error too as he gets on base. Anton Grimes going to strike out swinging. First out of the side. Sawyer Stern going to hit a shot into the gap, left center field, and that's going to be extra bases. Will that score Sloseko? No, they hold up at third. Second and third, 1 out with Rodriguez up. Takes a walk, and that's going to bases loaded with Juancus Amor on the bump to pitch. Bingo Lulingo strikes out, 2 outs, bases loaded, top of the lineup. James Barker, high fly ball, deep center field, but caught for out number 3, as that's going to get them out of a jam. Good pitching and good defense by Bruce City.
3 runners stranded in the top of the 4th for California, and we're going to start things off with Scruff McGruff getting a base hit to center field. Senator Klukas is going to strike out. That'll bring up Stevie Steve with 1 on, 1 out runner at first, and he'll bloop one over the shortstop, advancing Scruff McGruff over to second base. Runners on first and second. It looks like this might be double play territory. It is indeed converted to end the inning. Bruce City Bears are still scoreless through 4 innings, though they have gotten in the hits column. Top of the 5th, 2-0.
Encarnacion back up to bat as he is 2 for 2 on the day. After this, though, he will be 2 and 3 after he strikes out. Amore still on the bump as Rembeverwinkle, who steps into the box. He hits a shot over a jumping shortstop's glove for a base hit. 1 runner on. Bad and Bougie gonna squeeze the ball, tried to squeeze the ball through the middle. Diving stop at the second baseman, but he still beats out the throw to first as Slaseco watches strike 3 at the knees. 2 outs now, runners on first and second. Grimes Jr. hits a shot up the middle, and that's going to score Rembeverwinkle. Looks like it's going to be close, but still makes it in to score as they get an RBI single from Grimes. Stern now is going to watch ball. Strike 3 called, and that's going to end the side after California does score 1 to increase their lead to 3-0.
Bottom of the 5th, and the scoreless Bears are going to try to get on the board. That'll be a fly out to center field from Janice Lux. Bring up Fozzie Miller. Base hit between shortstop and third baseman is going to put Fozzie on first. Top of the order now, Jimmy Olsen is going to ground out to second, though it will advance Fozzie into scoring position. And W.R. Wolf will strike out looking, leaving a runner stranded. No action yet for Brew City. Still 3-0 as we head to the top of the 6th. California up.
Rodriguez leading us off as he swings at strike 3 for out number 1. Diamond Arms is in to pitch for Brew City. See if they can lock down California. Bingo Lulingo up now. He's going to swing. It's going to ground ball to the third baseman. It's going to turn, throw, and make the play as that's out number 2. Top of the lineup now. Barker shot right by a diving first baseman who was inches away from making a catch. That's going to be a base hit. Encarnacion now. Never mind. Barker going to steal second as Encarnacion's going to let the ball go out of the box as they hit a line drive into left field, and that's going to be caught. Third out, had a chance, but it was right to the fielder, unfortunately, for Encarnacion, as that's going to end the side for California.
Jacob Sosa going to start things off for Brew City, grounding out to the first baseman who just taps the bag. Scruff McGruff is going to ground towards the third baseman, but it just dribbles, and the third baseman can't get there in time. He's going to get an infield single. Sender Klukas will strike out. That'll bring up Stevie Steve with 2 outs, runner on first. Strike out for Stevie Steve as well. Still scoreless through 6 innings for Brew City, heading to the top of the 7th. Still 3-0 for California.
Rembeverwinkle going to lead us off with Boost Gooser now on the bump. The GM's player himself as Rembeverwinkle squeaks the ball past the third baseman for a base hit. Bad and Bougie up now. So he's going to hit a shot, and that's going to be right at the right fielder as Rembeverwinkle tags up at first, but does end up staying there. Slaseco swinging at strike 3. Grimes Jr. now is going to hit a ball, line drive straight to the first baseman for out number 3. Didn't have to do much as the ball came right to him. And that's going to end the side for California. Bottom of the 7th, here we come.
Bottom of the 7th, and we're in the 7 slot in the lineup. Underrated is going to ground out to short, bringing up Janice Lux. 1 out, nobody on. Little dribbler back to the pitcher. Going to be out number 2. Fozzie Miller at the plate will pop up. It'll be called off by the second baseman to clean up a 1-2-3 inning after a quick stretch. That brings us to the top of the 8th. Still 3-0 California.
Stern now going to lead us off. He's going to swing at strike 3 for the day. Strike 3 for the day. Strike 3 for the at-bat. I apologize on that one. Rodriguez now up to bat as he's going to swing at a pitch. Going to go right over the shortstop's head for a base hit as it was just out of the grab for the shortstop there. Rodriguez now going to steal second. He's in there pretty safely. Bingo Lulingo watching the pitch go right basically down the middle on a breaking ball for out number 2. Barker also going to swing at an unfortunate pitch, and that's going to get them out for the side as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Brew City needs to do something.
Bottom of the 8th, top of the order, Jimmy Olsen is going to blip one over to the pitcher who fields yet another little ground ball. Wade Silliam still in the game. W.R. Wolf with a check swing walk. He's going to go on over to first. And as I say that, there's a pitching change. Thaddeus Bronson is in for California. Jacob Sosa is going to fly out to deep left center. Scruff McGruff with 2 outs will ground out to second to end the inning. Brew City still scoreless through 8. California with one more chance to expand their lead here.
California going to try and do some damage while Boost Goozer is back out on the bump. Encarnacion hit a deep fly ball left field, but not enough power on it, as that's out number 1. Rembeverwinkle hits a pop-up, and that is a... Whoa, what was that? That looked like that went foul. Dropped in foul territory for an error, as that looked like the right fielder ran into the stands to try to make that catch. After that unfortunate drop error fly ball, Rembeverwinkle hits a base hit. Bad and Bougie now is going to hit a base hit, and that's going to move Rembeverwinkle to the corner. Los Secos now going to drop in another base hit, and that's going to score the runner from third. That's going to increase their lead to 4. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Grimes Jr. swinging at strike 3. 2 down now. Boost Goozer trying to get him out of this side. Stern, shot, center field. Sliding catch by the center fielder, Scruff McGruff, and they finally end the side. Last chance, Brew City here to try and avoid elimination.
3 outs to get 4 runs to stay alive, 5 to win it. Center Lucas is going to ground out to second to start things off. Stevie Steve will strike out. All the pressure in Milwaukee placed on the shoulders of Underrated. And that'll be a base hit up the middle. Underrated going to stick with first as their location of choice. Janice Lux will strike out swinging. And the California Firehawks have closed out against the Brew City Bears. 4-0, complete team shutout with 2 pitchers coming in. 2 runs scored in the first, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 9th for California. Got a ton of multi-hit games since California put 15 hits on the board. The first 5 batters in the lineup all getting on base at least twice, featuring a 3-for-4 performance from Brentonathan Rembeverwinkle getting 2 runs and 1 walk in there as well. On Brew City side of things, only Scruff McGruff is going to have a multi-hit performance going 2-for-4. If we scroll on down to the pitchers, Wade Silliams and Thaddeus Bronson are going to combine to get a complete team shutout. Wade Silliams starting 7.1 innings, 0 earned runs, and Thaddeus coming in to clean up the last 1.2 innings. Namie McNamerson is going to pick up the loss. 3 innings pitched, 2 earned runs. Armor, Arms, and Goose are getting no attributions to their stat book. Wade Silliams in that 7.1 inning shutout start is going to be our player of the game.
Jeez,
congratulations, California.
That's going to determine the semifinal or the semi. Or no, it's not, because I forgot the semifinal is going to be decided finally for the minors, as the teams for them are now set, as we only have to worry about the majors. As who's going to be the team that we watch first? How many teams are on elimination? Everyone. Anyone?
Well, we've always so far kept Indy and Detroit for last, so let's start with them this time.
All right, that works.
Got to shake things up, you know?
Of course. Whew.
Plus, the Detroit logo reminds me of the cheese balls that I'm eating.
And then, just a reminder to you, Enoch told us to keep an eye out to make sure it shouldn't be set to it, but make sure the minors next series doesn't start. So, wow. See, before I do start it though, any changes? Blah 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 blah. Babs, I'm sorry, I can't make that change. Babs is requesting a resim. As it's unfortunate. Yes, AJ, BNN is off. I will show you again just to double check. There is a off. We have the pitchers for today. For Detroit, we have Molly Mitchell going up against Indianapolis's Doug Dangley. As Indy is trying to close out this series, as Detroit is trying to even the series and bring it to a game 5. Let's see. I will take Indy again just because I'm rooting for Indy. I don't know if you want to have any choice in it or if you prefer. But let's get a prediction going. If someone wants to get a prediction rolling, and then right after that, we can jump on into it. No one's gonna do a prediction out here.
We could just get started and then
How
have
about
another
say-
eighth or ninth inning prediction or something.
Yeah, that can work. Getting a quick drink.
I will fill up my water as well.
As a fellow enthusiast known as Shu, his favorite line currently, it's brutal out here. Let's get right into it. I'll start it out once you come back. If you're here, let's do it. Over under of me saying the S word. Okay then. I'll take the under, confident. I'll take the under. Anyway, let's jump on into this. I don't know if you guys want to put in a prediction or not, any of the mods out here, but anyway, I'm gonna hop on into this game as we have Bendover leading us off against Molly Mitchell. Let's see, Bendover trying to help Indianapolis close this door as he's gonna hit a shot, base hit to lead us off. That's a way to start it if you're on Indianapolis' side. Zach Mouse gonna watch ball 4. There's gonna be runners on first and second. Parmley flies out, and that's going to be out number 1. Jimbo slides. Actually, a double steal attempt from Indy, and that's going to get a pass ball, and that's going to score. Bendover's going to score, and Zach Mouse advances to third. What in the world kind of play was that? Jimbo Slice flies out, and that's going to be deep to center field, deep enough to score Zach Mouse from third, and it does. 2-run lead. Johnny Tsunami up to bat. Swings at strike 3, and that's going to end the top of the first as a crazy outcome happened. A double steal, pass ball, and that's going to score a run, and then a deep fly is going to score. Ben Stacking Paper, shots to shallow left field, caught by the shortstop. Victor Herrera, base hit into left field. Going to drop on down. Haywood Dinkle. Actually, Herrera's going to steal second with ease. Haywood Dinkle hits a fly ball to the center fielder. Will that be deep enough to advance the runner as Herrera thinks about it, but turns back? Nicholson Dimes swings, drops into the gap, and that's going to score a run as well as get an extra base hit for Nicholson Dimes as that drops the lead to 1. Scott Poe now hits a shot down the right field line. Gonna hit the wall. Should be deep enough to score as the runners switch positions. Scott Poe did think about 3. Armstrong swings at strike 3, and that's going to end the side. And I realize what the count you guys are doing. I thought you were talking about the S word as in a curse word, not the other one, but that's kind of funny. Sailor Twift hits a deep fly ball into left field, and that one is gone. 447 feet. Sailor Twift getting the lead back for Indianapolis against Molly Mitchell. Next up, Jody Quinn hits a ball, fly ball, left center field, but caught by the center fielder for the out. Rotor Watch with the mustache swinging at strike 3 to get the second out for Detroit. Wander Franco, 2 outs, squeezes the ball past the third baseman for a base hit to start this 2-out rally. Top of the lineup now for Indy. Bendover, ground to third baseman. He's going to turn and shoot over to second for the third out. I don't know if you're back, Blow Pop.
I am.
Okay, take it away.
Danny B is going to start things off in the bottom of the second for Detroit with a fly to center for out number 1. Stanley Yelnats is going to take a free base on balls, and that'll bring up Joe Burrow. Line shot to right field. Yelnats stays at first, wisely tacking up. Ben Stacking Paper is going to strike out for out number 3. That'll send us to the top of the third, still 3-2, Indianapolis.
You did miss a crazy first inning, to say the least. Zach Mouse flies out to the left fielder after they make a running catch. Parmley swings at strike 3. As it says, swings but at nothing but air. 2 outs now. Jimbo Slice trying to keep this inning alive for them as he hits a shot to the right field, and that's going to be caught. And add that to the counter because I caught myself even saying that word. That's going to be out number 3. They're having a counter of how many times I say the S word.
See, does it count if I say it as well? Because Victor Herrera is going to get thrown out on a shot over to first.
I don't think so. I think it's just me.
Dinkle with a shot straight up. No, okay, they said no. That's fine. Nicholson Dimes going to strike out to end the inning, and that'll be a 1-2-3 inning for the Indy Apex, sending us to the top of the 4th. Still 3-2.
You should just say it just to confuse them, try to catch him off guard. Johnny Tsunami grounds out to the shortstop for out number 1. Oh, they're starting a prediction finally in the top of the 4th. Sailor Twift, ground ball, diving stop, makes a throw over for the out. Jody Quinn is going to follow suit and grounds out to the second baseman. That will end the side.
Looks like the prediction is over under 1.5 innings scored in the 8th and 9th innings put together, as Scott Poe grounds out to first base. Stretch Armstrong is going to get a base hit to right field. Stopped by Jody Quinn. Danny B is going to ground into an inning-ending double play for the Apex. It looks like it's still 3-2 as we head to the top of the 5th.
Bottom of the lineup here for Indy. Rotor Wash with the mustache hits the ball to right field as there is a sliding grab for the out. Franco, line drive into right field, base hit. Bend over, grounds it to a double play that's going to end the side. Looked like they had something starting, but after that double play, it ends over quickly.
Stanley Elnat's going to kick things off in the bottom of the 5th for Demons as we have breached the halfway point of the ball game. Joe Burrow's going to pop out to center field, and that'll bring us to the top of the order with Ben stacking paper. Nobody on, 2 outs. That'll be strikeout for out number 3. Another 1-2-3 inning for the Indianapolis Apex. Still 3-2, top of the 6th.
Can you guys stop having a 1-2-3 inning? I'm trying to eat here. Zach Mouse shot down the right field, and that is gone. That's the 5 there for you guys. As Zach Mouse hits the ball 405 feet to increase this Indianapolis lead 4-2. Parmley follows suit into right field, base hit. Jimbo Slice, no one out. Grounds, unfortunately, into a double play, and now in the snap of a fingers, 2 outs. Johnny Tsunami is going to swing at strike 3, and there ends the side after the solo home run from Zach Mouse as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
Victor Herrera going to start things off for the Demons with a dribbler over to third base. Looks like could not quite beat out the throw. That'll bring up Haywood Dinkle, who grounds out to second, leading to Nicholson Dimes popping up for another 1-2-3 inning. How about that, Steele? You like it?
No, I'm hungry out here. Come on. But whatever it takes for the stream, you know that. Sailor Twift going to lead us off, striker spin rate into pitch. He's going to squeak one right by the shortstop. That's going to be a base hit for Twift. Jody Quinn now going to hit a fly ball. Center fielder has to run back, but they will be there to make the catch and retreats the runner back to first. Rotor Wash with a mustache will ground into a double play as that will be a quick end of the side. I swear, how many double plays have been in this game so far?
I think that's at least 3, or maybe 4. Scott Poe, however, is not going to be part of one in this at-bat. Striking out looking. That'll bring up Stretch Armstrong and a pitching change as Eric Bolanos comes in. Stretch Armstrong is going to line out to right field for out number 2, bringing up Danny B. Danny B is going to lace a single into center field. Stanley Yelnats will come up with 1 on and 2 out. Check swing, strike 3. That'll be a 1-2-3-4 inning, giving Steele some much-needed reprieve.
We got the 9 hitter and then the top of the order for Indy. Wander Franco wings at strike 3. Striker spin rate back up on the bump. 1 down, top of the lineup. Bend over now. He's going to hit a line drive deep center field. That's going to hit the wall and land for extra bases. Only a double, but that puts a runner in scoring position for Zach Mouse, who did just hit a home run his last at bat. But this time around, watches strike three go right by him. Parmelee hits a ball right at the second baseman as that drops him. I think that was an error. I'm not sure if they considered that one. As Jimbo Slice hits it into the gap, and that's going to score a run, maybe even two, as Parmelee turns the corner and does score. Jimbo Slice gets a 2 RBI double. Johnny Tsunami. High fly ball, foul territory, caught. As that will end the side as Indy scores 2 more runs and increases their lead by 4.
6 outs to claw back 4 runs, and looks like Joe Burrow is going to advance on over with a free base on balls. Line drive from Ben Stackenpaper. Burrow thinks better of it and stays at second base, bringing up Victor Herrera. Pops it up. Infield fly rule is invoked. Haywood Dinkle is going to have solid contact to right center. Looks like that's going to at least advance Joe Burrow. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Nicholson Dimes at the plate. Intentional walk. So we got bases loaded as Scott Poe has come up, tying run at the plate, and a deep hit. Line drive landing at the warning track. Looks like that's going to be a triple for Scott Poe. 3 RBIs, and the Demons have pulled within 1. 6-5 is the score right now. Runner still on third. Stretch Armstrong is going to end the inning with a ground out over to first, but not before Scott Poe put the team on his back and brought him back within 1 run. Top of the 9th, 6-5, Indy Apex.
This game is become interesting. Spin rate still out there. Sailor Twift strikes out for out number 1. Indy needs to add some insurance runs if they want to solidify this win. Jody Quinn hits a ball into the outfield for a base hit. I thought that may have been caught, but never mind, it's not. Rotor washes the mustache now. Hits a ground ball to third baseman. Might be 2. No, the second baseman holds on to it. They only turn 1. Wander Franco hits a fly ball center field. Will that be caught? It is by the center fielder for out number 3. No runs scored. Detroit has a chance to come back and even win this.
Tying run perpetually, at least at the plate for Detroit. Danny B is going to ground out to shortstop. That'll bring up Stanley Elnats, 1 out. Diving stop made by Sailor Twift, but the throw was not in time. It looks like we got a runner on first and a walk-off home run. Wait. No. We got a tying run OOTP weird animation.
I thought it was gone too.
I love this game.
Look at him. Deep. Way out there.
Hustle that you want to see in your outfielder. You want him to go to a different city block to get that ball for you.
That
we
is
got
insane.
Game, though, with a weird looking, I guess, double, and he bombs that ball back 700 feet to the catcher.
Okay, we need this clip. What happened?
Runner on second, tie ball game. Runners on first and second, tie ball game. Scoring position. A single could win the game. Victor Herrera is going to strike out looking. That'll bring up Haywood Dinkle walk-off territory. And a little dribbler to the pitcher will send us to extra innings. We don't just have discount baseball. We don't just have bargain baseball. We got free baseball.
Man, Buffalo Wild Wings must have been up to this. They wanted this game to continue. Bend over, ground ball up the middle. Diving shortstop can't quite get it as that is a single. As Bendover's going to steal second. Runner in scoring position for Zach Mouse. He swings. Looks like he was trying to clobber that thing, but can't get a piece of it as he's going to strike out. Parmelee watches ball 4 as there's runners on first and second now with 1 out. Jimbo Slice. Ground ball, third baseman. Can't quite turn 2, but he does turn over to 1 for the out. 2 outs, Johnny Tsunami. Will that be a base hit? No, a diving catch by the center fielder, Ben Stackenpaper. That held them from scoring 2 possible runs, as that has got to be insane to see.
Center field heroics keep the game in walk-off territory for Detroit, tied in the bottom of the 10th here. Nicholson Dimes is out, followed by Scott Poe striking out after his heroic triple. That'll bring up Stretch Armstrong, 2 outs, last chance of the inning to win it. That'll be a base hit. Looks like he's turning 2. Runner in scoring position for Danny B coming up at the plate here. Base hit might win the game. Pitching change as Hidetoshi Shinkansen is up at the mound. That'll be a ground out to second to end the inning. We're heading to the top of the 11th inning in this potential elimination game.
I swear, that thing looked like it should have been a home run, but here we are in extra inning baseball. Sailor Twift flies out left field. Jody Quinn grounds out shortstop. As we have a pinch hit, looks like. Rotor Wash with a mustache gets subbed out for Eagle Eyes as he watches strike 3 as his eyes aren't super eagle after that one. Don't know what happened there as we head to the bottom.
Stanley Elnats at the plate will strike out swinging, bringing up Joe Burrow. 1 out, nobody on, tied at the bottom of the 11th. Joe Burrow's going to get a solid base hit. Looks like he's going to be able to stretch that one into a double. Slides in safely. We got a runner in scoring position with only 1 out in the bottom of the 11th. Walk-off territory here. Ben Stack and Paper's going to strike out swinging, bringing up Victor Herrera. 2 outs, runner on second. And a base hit. Looks like Joe Burrow stretching home, and he's going to beat out the throw. The Detroit Demons are able to win it on a walk-off single, scoring Joe Burrow from second, staving off elimination.
Can I just
6-7.
Can I just say, nothing against the chat, but like, I think it was, who was it? Andrew Warren, AW. I saw him in the chat when Apex was up. That he said, well, so much for, or he put Detroit's losing, and then they came back and won. That's insane.
Coming back to win
never
largely off
count
of
people
the
out.
2-for-5 performance from Scott Poe, getting 4 RBIs, 3 of them coming off of that 1 triple he had. A couple other multi-hit performances, 2-for-5 day from Stretch Armstrong, 2-for-6 from Victor Herrera, and a 2-for-4 with 2 runs, including the game-winning run from Joe Burrow. Over on Indianapolis side of things, we have a 3-for-5 performance from Ben Dover with 2 runs, as well as 2-for-5 with 1 run from Sailor Twift, and Wander Franco getting 2-for-4 on the board as well. If we take a look at the pitchers, Doug Dangley started off 6.1 innings, 2 earned runs, quality start, but no decision. A hold issued to Bolanos, and a blown save for Maple, and a loss for Shinkansen. Over on Detroit side of things, Molly Mitchell also has a quality start, 6 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, 2 unearned runs, striker spin rate, and Lewis getting no decisions, and Palmer getting the win with that walk-off at the end of the game. Doug Dangley is going to be our player of the game despite the losing effort.
I mean, after what we just saw, I would hate to have had that great of an outing just for it to end nothing. As next, we have we shown any of these teams yet? The New Orleans versus Supernovas game?
We have not shown New Orleans. We have not shown, well, therefore Sarasota, and we have not shown San Antonio or New York as either. Both of those started 1-1.
Let's go to Sarasota's game then next.
All right, this is the 5th straight season that the Rougarous have made the postseason. If we want to get a bet going on here while I read through this stat sheet, provided again to us by Rankle. Thank you, Rankle. This postseason appearance snaps a 10-season playoff drought for the Supernovas, however, so a tale of 2 cities there. The last time the Supernovas made the postseason, the Rougarous were not a team in the league. This season, the series between these 2 teams was relatively even. Rougarous just slightly better off, winning 6 games to 4. Each of these teams swept each other once, with the Rougarous in a 2-game set and the Supernovas in a 2-game set as well, June and August respectively. The Novas posted a slash line of 243, 316, 439 with 17 home runs against the Rougarous, and the Rougarous batted 250, 316, and 413 with 10 home runs against the Supernovas. Interesting to note they both had the same on-base percentage. Some standout players to keep an eye out on. Against New Orleans, we have some Supernovas holding a fart, doing 289, 333, 553 with 2 home runs and 8 RBIs against the Rougarous this season. Jay Doctor, 341, 356, and 591. 3 home runs and 6 RBIs, sniffing at a 950 OPS there almost. And Shifty Lagoose, 2.04 ERAs, 8 strikeouts, 1.36 whip. And Bill The Hill with a disgusting 0.00 ERA against the New Orleans Rougarous with 10 strikeouts and 0.78 whip. For the Rougarous against Sarasota, we have Vidal Valor going 378, 381, and 703 slugging with 2 home runs and 11 RBIs. J.R. Cook, 257, 395, 543 with 3 home runs and 5 RBIs. And then on the mound, Mazeroski, 2.45 ERA, 9 strikeouts, 0.91 whip. And Jose, 43, who's had a little bit of a slump this postseason so far, 2.70 ERA in the regular season against the Novas with 13 strikeouts and a 1.00 whip.
Jesus. Okay, so I'm not sure, did we have a prediction go through? I don't know if anyone even chose the outcome of the previous one. What was the over-under? Trying to remember. Yeah, the over. James, you missed extra innings. Pretty sure it was over. Yeah, it was definitely over. Dang. So, as this one gets started, we can jump on into it. I don't know what team you want to take this time around or what.
I had the bottom last time. I'll take the top this time. So I'll take Rougarous bats against Fug.
Well, let's get right into it.
Frederick Urquidez Garcia is going to take the mound against the New Orleans Rougarous. Gustav Beauregard is going to start things off with a lead-off walk. But you know what they say about lead-off walks? Lead-off walks lead to lead-off runs or lead-off caught steals. That also works. Paulo DeStefano Jr. is going to respond with a base hit, though. 1 on, 1 out for New Orleans. Naz Hamed will watch Paulo DeStefano Jr. show Beauregard how it's done.
Oh, my.
And a deep hit, hot out of the box for Naz Hamed. That'll be a 2-run opener home run for the New Orleans Rougarous.
I literally was about to mention how hot the top of their lineup is.
4 out of the 5 on fire, maybe 5 out of 5, but DeStefano Jr.'s name is too long, so we'll never know. Vidal Valor is going to ground out to second, and J.R. Cook will keep the inning alive with a solid hit to center field. That'll be a sliding double, bringing up Christopher Bruh. Base hit of his own. Looks like J.R. Cook is going to turn that and go home, beating out the throw. That'll be the 3rd run of the inning. Bringing up Richie Bonanza. 2 outs, runner on first. And he will watch strike 3 go by. But not before New Orleans puts 3 runs on the board. We're going to head to the bottom of the 1st.
Jeez, that was a very action-filled top of the 1st. J. Doctor Sarasota going to try and repeat the same action that New Orleans does as they start off with a base hit into right field. Io Torrent now. Actually, J. Doctor going to steal second and show Beauregard how to do it as he gets in there safely. Io Torrent, I guess, struck out in that stolen attempt as well as Crash Wagon's going to hit a deep fly ball. Right field caught, but advances J. Doctor over to third. Bagescu is going to swing at strike 3 and strands someone at third as that was their chance to score. But New Orleans gets out of it as no one comes across.
Top of the 2nd, we are already almost through the lineup for New Orleans. Alejandro Geronimo is going to take a free base on balls with a walk, bringing up Todd Hafner. Hits a deep zinger to right field. It'll be a stand-up double, advancing Geronimo over to third base. 2 runners in scoring position. Gustav Beauregard is going to pop up to left field. Too close for Geronimo to score on. DeStefano Jr. is going to follow up with a strikeout. 2 on, 2 out. Runners at second and third for Naz Hamed, who will ground out to first. So it looks like Sarasota gets out of a little bit of a jam. We're going to head to the bottom of the second. Still 3-0 New Orleans.
Holden the Fart going to lead us off as he's going to watch ball 4 go across the plate. As he's going to be a leadoff runner. See if he tries to steal. He does not, as Junie Panda flies out, foul territory caught for out number 1. Red Arrow hits a shot up the middle, and that's going to drop in for a base hit as we now have runners on first and second. Troy Dominic swings at a ball outside of the zone, and that's going to be out number 2 as now brings in Ace Carter as he hits a bullet up the middle, but it is caught as it is hit directly at the center fielder for out number 3. Sarasota strands 2 on base as nothing comes across for them once again.
Vidal Valor is going to start things off the top of the third inning for New Orleans. Ground out to second. And a deep pop-up by J.R. Cook to left field will be out number 2. That'll bring up Christopher Brew. Line drive directly to center field. That'll be a 1-2-3 inning for Sarasota and Frederico Riquidez Garcia, bringing us to the bottom of the third. Still only 3 runs scored this game.
Oh, I apologize. J Doctor watches strike 3, goes right by him as I was taking a drink of water. Io Torrent's going to also swing at strike 3, and that's going to be a quick 2 outs as Villagetti is dealing out here. As they have 5 strikeouts on the day. Crash Wagon going to swing, hit a ground ball. Second baseman turns, delivers over to first for out number 3. As that'll end the side.
Richie Bonanza is going to take a beanball to the shoulder and get to first the hard way, or at least the painful way. Alejandro Geronimo is going to ground into a double play, fielded by Red Arrow. That'll bring up Todd Hafner with 2 outs, nobody on, and that'll be an inning-ending ground out to first. A build-it-yourself 1-2-3 inning with a double play in there. That'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning, still 3-0.
Bagescu hits a fly ball to right field, and it's going to be a routine fly out for out number 1. Holden the Fart's going to swing at strike 3, and that puts Villagetti on 6 strikeouts on the day. Junie Panda back up to bat. Swing, ball goes right back up the middle, and that's going to drop in for a base hit as we have 2 outs. Hopefully a rally can start going. Junie's going to steal or attempt to steal second, gets thrown out, caught stealing. Catchers are indeed overpowered in the playoffs. They are showing out here tonight as that'll end the side.
Top of the order, top of the inning, Gustav Beauregard is going to ground out to third base. Paulo DeStefano Jr., however, is going to pick up a base hit for himself up the left field line. Stays at first. Naz Hamed is going to take a pitch as Paulo DeStefano Jr. advances over to second. And then Naz Hamed will get a base hit. And with DeStefano's steal putting him in scoring position, that'll be an RBI single advancing on the throw. And they trade places at plate and second. Vidal Valor is going to pop up to right center. Naz Hamed thinks about advancing, but thinks better of it. That'll bring up J.R. Cook, who will ground out to third to end the inning, but not before they're able to expand a little bit on their lead, making this a 4-run ball game as we head to the bottom of the 5th, midway point in the game.
Red Arrow going to lead us off. Swings at strike 3, ball is dropped, but the catcher turns and fires over to first for the out. Dominic going to ground out to second base for the second out, and then we have Ace Carter, who will follow suit as well and ground out to the second baseman for a quick 1-2-3 inning as we head to the top of the 6th inning just like that.
Christopher Brew is going to start things off with Fugg still on the mound. That'll be a base hit up beyond the first baseman there. Richie Bonanza is going to have deep fly ball. Lots of arc, but not enough distance. That'll be out number 1. Alejandro Geronimo, however, will go to the same spot on the field, just with a little bit less height and a little more zing. That'll be a stand-up double, as Brew is able to make his way all around from first, scoring RBI there for Geronimo. Todd Hafner is going to get a base hit, and they're going to throw him out at the plate as Geronimo tries to circle around. Don't run on holding a fart, ladies and gentlemen. What an arm. That'll end the inning, but not before they're able to put one run on the board for the second consecutive frame. Bottom of the sixth, 5-0.
Jay Doctor going to start this inning with a shot deep center field caught, though. Viagetti out for another run of pitching as Torrent, I thought, swung, but I guess they called him like he held up. Crash Wagon. What in the world was that base running? Crash Wagon hits a ball to the right fielder. Torrent thinks he could outrun the throw, gets thrown out, and then Bagescu flies out to center field for the third out. That was an interesting turn of events as we head to the top of the seventh.
Paulo DeStefano Jr. is going to pick up a base hit. That'll bring up Naz Ahmed, nobody out, runner on first, and they throw over and pick off Paulo DeStefano Jr. One out after some trickery on the mound. Vidal Valor will take the walk, no longer on fire, but happy to be on first base. Runners on first and second for J.R. Cook. And that'll be a base hit up the left field line. That will certainly score Naz Ahmed. That'll be a double, advancing Vidal Valor over to third. Runners on second and third for Christopher Brew. We got two in scoring position and a base hit to go with it.
The curse of hummus continues as he's on the mound.
Yeah. Austin Bentley getting lit up a little bit here. Runners on the corners as Austin's able to pick up out number 2 with a strikeout. Alejandro Geronimo is going to bloop one over to short and toss to first to end the inning, but not before New Orleans scores for the third consecutive inning, picking up 2 in the top of the 7th. We'll have ourselves a quick little stretch and head to the bottom.
Holding the fart, going to squeak this one right by the diving third baseman, and that's going to be a base hit. Viagetti still on the mound. Holding the fart, going to steal second. Looks like there was not even an attempt, so basically didn't even have to run for that one. Judy Panda's going to watch the pitch go right by him for strike 3. A screwball at the knees. Red Arrow swings, soft ground ball to the shortstop. Looks like he tried doing a jump throw, but couldn't hold on to the ball. Pitching change now as Tommy Mazeroski comes out. Red Arrow steals second with ease. Troy Dominic's going to swing at strike 3. That's out number 2. As Ace Carter has a chance to score 1, if not 2 runs with the base hit. Soft ground ball up the middle. Luckily, nothing. It goes right through the legs of the pitcher and not even a throw over to first. That scores 1. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Jay Doctor hits a fly ball right field, but not deep enough. Needed more power for that one as that one is caught for out number 3. Sarasota does score 1, but they still have a wall to climb to come back.
Both teams on the board. 6-run lead for New Orleans. Looks like they're going to try to expand on that here. Todd Hafner is going to start things off with a strikeout, though. Gustav Beauregard will follow suit, not even bothering to swing at that one. That'll bring up Paulo DeStefano Jr. with nobody on. 2 outs. Deep contact to left field. Warning track power. Looks like that will be tracked down by Jay Doctor for out number 3. A 1-2-3 inning for Sarasota. See if they can capitalize on that momentum with their bats going into the bottom of the 8th.
2, 3, 4 batters coming for Sarasota. Io Torrent against Tommy Mazeroski hits a hard ground ball to the second baseman who turns and fires over to first for the out. Crash Wagon hits a ground ball and gets thrown out by the shortstop for out number 2. And then we have Bagescu who's going to hit a ball to center field. A sliding catch by Geronimo to end the side as a 1-2-3 inning. Looks like he got robbed of a base hit there.
Top of the 9th. New Orleans up 6. Last chance to expand on their lead and make things harder for the Novas here. Naz Ahmed's going to take a walk. That'll bring up Vidal Valor, who's going to ground into a double play. J.R. Cook with nobody on and 2 outs is going to strike out, looking another do-it-yourself 1-2-3 inning. We got 6 runs to go for the Sarasota Supernovas, bottom of the 9th.
5, 6, 7 hitters holding the fart to lead us off. Checks his swing and does enough so as he draws a walk on a 3-2 count. Junie Panda now. He's going to watch the pitch go right off the corner. Strike 3 called. Panda didn't like that call, but hey, it is what happened. Pitching change here as Red Arrow is going to ground the ball and unfortunately is grounded into a double play, and that will end the side and the game as well as the series as New Orleans will win this one 7-1. As
series tied 2-2.
Oh, series tied. I'm sorry. Are you sure? Really? Sarasota was up on this one?
Uh-huh.
Wow. I apologize. I take that back, Sarasota. I thought you guys were getting beat. Oh, Lord. Anyway. As it says, the Hamed Rugru's Wallop Supernovas in Game 4 of the Division Series. I'm sorry, I can't root. I gotta go with the meme and say that Hummus is a jinx. I have to. I thought you guys were getting beat. Anyway, down to the pitching, we have 3 hits by 3 players on New Orleans coming from DeStefano Jr., Naz Hamed, and Christopher Brew, as well as 3 RBIs from Naz Hamed. Sarasota had a multiple hit game from Red Arrow, as well as a couple single hits from other people, as well as 2 walks coming from Holden the Fart. Pitching, Villagetti got the start, 6 1/3 innings, allowed only 1 earned run, gets awarded the win. Garcia gets the loss after allowing 5 earned runs and 6 full innings pitched. Your player of the game is Naz Hamed. Next up, we have the San Antonio Sloths fighting off elimination against the New York Voyagers.
If we can get a prediction set up for this game, I will go through the Rankle-provided stats. Not only is this at least the 3rd consecutive season that each of these teams have made the playoffs, this is the 3rd consecutive season that these teams have faced off against each other in the playoffs. The last 2 times, the Voyagers have won both series 3-1. Looks like this series is set up to possibly be the three-peat of that outcome. In total, they have met 5 times in the playoff, with 2 of those matchups being in the World Series. Voyagers have a 4-1 postseason series record against the Sloths. There has never been a sweep between these 2 teams, and this is the 11th straight season where the Sloths have made the postseason, as well as the 8th straight season the Voyagers have made the postseason. Also, for those who might not know somehow, the New York Voyagers are your 2-time defending champions, looking to set up a three-peat. This season, the Voyagers have had the Sloths number, putting up a 7-3 record against San Antonio. The Voyagers shut out the Sloths in their first 3 meetings of the season, putting scores of 9-0, 12-0, and 2-0. The Voyagers swept the Sloths twice this season, once in a 2-game set in May and once in a 3-game set in July. Over the season, the Sloths had a slash line of 204, 246, and 322 with 7 home runs against New York, while the Voyagers had 282, 340, and 432 with 10 home runs against the Sloths. Standout players for San Antonio to look out for: Jimenez with a 316, 333, 526, 2 home runs, 6 RBI season against New York. Acuna Matata with 289, 317, 500, 2 home runs and 5 RBIs. Windsor has pitched 2.55 ERA with 17 strikeouts and a 0.85 whip. And Slim Dugan with a 1.00 ERA, 14 strikeouts, 1.56 whip. Voyagers, who have played well against San Antonio, however, are a little more numerous, with Tom Shue, potential Silver Slugger in general candidate, 306, 419, 583 with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs. RJ Menard, 375 batting average, 409 on base, 575 slugging, 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. Stevenson, 333, 348, 511, 1 home run, 9 RBIs. Kirk Swerve, 350, 366, and 525, 1 home run, 9 RBIs, and 2 pitchers as well to be mentioned. Tokoyami is going to have a 0.86 ERA with 14 strikeouts and 0.81 whip, and Whole Horse with a gross 0.00 ERA, 14 strikeouts, and 0.65 whip.
As the prediction that came in was total double plays in the game. I believe it was over under 3.5. Or it was either 3.5 or 4.5, but I took the under. As we all know, happy birthday, Shue. Shue's hoping to get the series win on his birthday. We all know he's not going to win any championships or titles. I'm sorry, awards, not championships. He's already won 2. I meant awards. As I have a grudge against him because he rigged against me winning Rookie of the Year. Anyway, let's hop into this. I'm gonna take San Antonio. You can take New York.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. San Antonio going to lead us off up against Savart as we get the ball rolling. Elimination game. San Antonio's going to ground softly to third baseman, who's just going to wait for the ball and fire over to first for the out. Acuna Matata is going to hit a ball over the second baseman as a bloop single. Christy Abbott, and never mind, Acuna Matata is going to steal second. Was he caught? No, he actually got there successfully. Christy Abbott's going to fly out, gets called off by the shortstop or the second baseman for the out. Pork chop sandwiches swings at strike three. They strand a runner at 2, and that'll do it for the first inning of San Antonio offense.
Nolan Windsor on the bump to try to pick up some wins or be disappointed. He's going to start off with a hit by pitch. Stevenson's going to make it to first base the painful way. RJ Menard's going to strike out swinging, bringing up Rusty Kuntz. But not before Stevenson tries to make it over to second with a steal, and he does so successfully. Towering moonball here. Warning track power. Stevenson's going to tag up at second, advance over to third. Got a runner on third, 2 outs for Tom Shue.
Uh-huh.
And he will strike out on his birthday to end the inning. That's a bummer. Scoreless through 1 inning, top of the second. San Antonio up to bat.
Chris Jimenez going to hit a shot deep center field. Is that one out of here? It's over jumping. And wait, was that gone? That went by really quick. What happened? As Revin Knox going to hit a... Was that caught? Was that caught? Actually, I think that was caught. Suadat's going to swing strike 3. Revin Knox got a double. I'm sorry, I was thrown off as... Oh my lord. Line drive first baseman out. Hunter robbed a home run from Jimenez. That was insane.
Barbados Slim up to bat is going to pop straight up for out number 1. We'll see if Hunter's able to capitalize on the momentum in the field with his bat. He does not do so. That'll be strike 3 looking. But he does have a nice little web gem in his back pocket to take home, if nothing else. That'll bring up Kirk Swerve with 2 outs, nobody on. And he will pop up to the catcher for a 1-2-3 inning. Scoreless through 2. We're going to head to the top of the third. San Antonio up.
I was so thrown off by that. I apologize from falling behind on that. Gofford's going to hit a ground ball shortstop as he turns and makes the easy play for out number 1. San Antonio gets plunked by a pitch. Oh my goodness, as Savart's going to return the favor. Cunha Matata, high fly ball left field. It looks like it's going to be caught, and it is for out number 2. San Antonio is staying their butt at first. Christy Abbott will take a walk. Runners on first and second. Pork chop sandwiches now. So he's going to swing strike 3, stranding 2 on base as we head to the bottom third. Still no action for the run column, but a pretty active game so far.
Peter Pretzelman's going to start things off with a ground ball to shortstop. That'll bring up W.E. Dem Boys, who had a heck of a game earlier tonight's stream. 5 RBI outing. Can't quite capture on that same energy just yet. Stevenson is going to ground out for another 1-2-3 inning on behalf of the Voyagers. Still scoreless through 3. Top of the 4th. Sloths up to bat.
Chris Jimenez is going to hit a hard ground ball to second baseman for the routine throw out at first. Revin Knox hits a towering shot left field. That one left in a hurry. Does that have enough power? No, it dies in the air at the warning track as Suadat's going to watch strike 3, and that'll be a 1-2-3 inning. I thought that ball was demolished, but the wind caught it and said, no, let me hold it here for the out.
RJ Menard's going to start things off at the bottom of the 4th for the New York Voyagers by taking a walk. That'll bring up Rusty Kuntz, runner on first, and another hit by pitch, our 3rd of the game. There's going to be a fight. I can feel it in my bones. A pop up as the shortstop had to jog on back to track that one down. Great base hit into the right field gap. Looks like that's going to be a double. Thought about going 3, thought better of it, but he will score both RJ Menard and Rusty. That'll be a 2 RBI double. First runs on the board for the game. An infield fly will be out number 2. That'll bring up Kirk Swerve, who will strike out swinging for out number 3, but not before Barbados Slim is able to put his team on the board with a 2-run double. Top of the 5th, 2-0 New York.
Leading us off, Trevin Knight's going to hit another high fly ball right field, but it does not have enough power as Savart is getting bailed out. Looks like these balls should be leaving, but they're just staying in. Not enough power to them. Goffard's going to watch strike 3 go right by him, as that's going to be another strikeout for Savart on the day. As we head to the top lineup, Stan Antonio. Soft ground ball to the second baseman, turns, fires out number 3. That's going to be a quick 1-2-3 inning for San Antonio as we head to the bottom of the 5th.
And just like the bottom of the 3rd, we're going to start in the 8 hole with Peter Pretzelman, who will pop up deep left center. W.E. Dim Boys up with 1 out, nobody on. Grounds out to shortstop. That'll send us to the top of the order with 2 outs. And Joshua Stevenson will lace a base hit directly in front of the right fielder. R.J. Menard at the plate. And Stevenson was going to steal, thought better of it, and then thought, oh, the catcher doesn't have the ball. And the catcher doesn't have the ball again. A passed ball followed by a wild pitch, and nothing comes of it.
Oh,
with a
my.
ground out to second base. But
Stan
a little bit of
Antonio.
hectic mayhem there.
Stan Antonio out here getting the nerves, but recovers. Cunha Matata going to lead us off as they're going to start off the hitting, swinging at strike 3, as that marks 6 strikeouts for the day for Savart. Chris Abbott now gets plunked to 4th, hit by pitch. Oh my goodness. There's definitely going to be fights here after the fact. I'm surprised the benches haven't cleared. Pork chop sandwiches makes them pay as they hit a shot into right center gap, and that's going to score the runner as well as they stretch one out for a triple. Or they call it a double, but he reaches 3rd. Jimenez, ground ball shortstop. They hold the runner at 3rd as they make the throw for the out at 1st. Revan Knox going to ground out to the shortstop, and that'll end the side, stranding the runner at 3rd. Had a chance to tie it there, but they just couldn't get the ball out of the infield. Good defense by New York.
Bottom of the 6th, New York still has a lead, but it has shrunk to 1. Rusty Kuntz is going to start things off with a strikeout. That will bring up Tom Shue. Nobody on, 1 out. And Tom Shue is going to ground out to shortstop.
Dinky.
Barbados Slim will have a sky-high hit that does not go that far. That'll be out number 3. 1-2-3 inning for the San Antonio defense. We're going to head to the top of the 7th, still 2-1.
Suadat is going to lead us off. Going to watch strike 3 go right by them for out number 1. Savart getting a bit tired here. As you see, that energy's dropping a bit low. As I say that, they bring in Whole Horse to relieve him. Trevin Knight's going to hit a hard ground ball down the third baseline, right past the third baseman, and he's going to try and stretch that out for 2, and he does. A stand-up double, that is. Goffard now swings, inside pitch, strike 3, out number 2. Stan Antonio, top lineup, takes ball 4. They get on base. 2 outs, 2 runners on. Cunha Matata, high fly ball, and that looks like it's going to be a out as the first baseman calls him off, and that will end the side. Once again, San Antonio making their attempts, just can't get any runs across to take this lead or even tie it.
Looks like we have a pitching change as Slim Dugan is now in. Going to start things off with a walk, however. Kevin Hunter is going to go to first base for free. That'll bring up Kirk Swerve, who's in the chat and just hit a 2-run home run. Kirk Swerve knew he had to wait until he could watch himself go yard, and he does so in dramatic fashion, extending the lead to 3 runs. That'll bring up Peter Pretzelman, who's going to fly out to left field. W.E. Dem Boys will check swing and still get called out for strike 3. Joshua Stevenson, with nobody on and 2 outs, is going to ground out to second base, but not before Kirk did some damage, expanding the lead to 3 runs. We're going to head to the top of the 8th. New York up 4-1 over the Sloth.
Christy Abbott, I'm sorry, swings at strike 3 for out number 1 as We have Pork Chop Sandwiches. Whole Horse still on the mound here. Swinging, strike 3. 2 strikeouts already this inning for the Horse. As Chris Jimenez now trying to get a base hit or get something going so far this inning as they hit a shot. Was that caught? A diving catch by the right fielder. Kirk Swerve, after hitting a 2-run bomb, makes a diving catch in the warning track against the wall to hold an extra base hit.
Kirk Swerve looking like he's going to get the game ball in the locker room when things are done. RJ Menard's going to fly out. And Rusty Kuntz is going to have a solo bomb over the tall wall in right field, trying to clink up against the flagpoles out there. 1-run solo job from him, expanding the lead to 5-1. Tom Shue at the plate, 1 out, nobody on, grounds out to second base. That'll bring up Barbados Slim with 2 outs, who will ground out to third, but not before New York is able to put another run on the board off the bat of Rusty. Top of the 9th, San Antonio needs 4 to stay alive.
Time to battle back, San Antonio. Revin Knox to lead us off. They hit a ball, base hit, right field, as Whole Horse comes back out on the mound. Never mind, they swap him out for Pax Abadir. Sudat swings, strike 3, out number 1. Runner on first, Trevin Knight. Ground ball, third base, turns, throws to second, holds on, doesn't make that attempt for a double play. 2 outs now as Gofford swings, strike 3, and that is the series. New York will win this one 5-1 off what's got to be Kirk Swerve being the player of the game after those insane plays he made. Looking at the batting, we had a lot of single hits coming from San Antonio. A hit from Acuna Matata, Pork Chop Sandwiches, Revin Knox, and Trevin Knight. And then an RBI from Pork Chop Sandwiches. New York, Rusty scored twice himself, 1 for 3 on the day, 1 RBI. As well as Kirk Swerve had 2 RBIs, and Barbados Slim as well had 2 RBIs. Going down to pitching, Windsor got the start for San Antonio, awarded the loss after allowing 2 earned runs in 6 innings of work. For New York, Savart got the win after only allowing 1 earned run in 6 1/3 innings pitched. And the Whole Horse gets the hold, all the H's in the world, as your player of the game is Savart. What a series that was. New York advances, and that series was that streak continues of 3-1. New York eliminating Sloss. Unfortunate.
3 consecutive 3-1 Voyager Sloth victories.
Unfortunate for San Antonio, but pretty exciting for New York as we head to the final matchup for this day. As you know, we have a couple more to do. Outer Banks Aviators, Vancouver Vandals. Vancouver trying to stick it out, try not to be eliminated at home. Whew, this is going to be an interesting one. Bet you anything, both teams are excited to finally see this one go around. We already read the stats as we see here, though. It looks like OBX does have the advantage in almost everything. We have pitchers, Walker Cato against Greg Digger Jr. Advance going to Walker Cato as he is the GM and presumably the captain of the team. Not sure what type of prediction you guys want to do on this time around before we hop into this one. I'm just going to let you know I'm going to take Outer Banks this time around just because keep it changing. I don't know what I've been doing. I'm just picking as soon as I see them. Unless you want a specific team.
I don't care either way. You did take Outer Banks last time, though. So your call.
That's fine. I'll just keep it that way. Make it easy. I already said it, and why change it? Make the prediction pretty simple. Over, under, like X amount of runs or something like that, or hits. What will the next prediction gonna be? Let's see. It is total hits. Hey, look. Over, under 15.5. I'm gonna take the over. That would be my prediction. Just because we do have the ace in Walker Cato. Well, I don't know if Walker Cato's actually ace. Never mind. We have Walker Cato against Greg Digger. But with these two lineups, I'm going to assume they're going to get hits. It is the playoffs, so we'll see. Let me hop right into this, though, as this is the prediction is almost over with. It is halfway down, so let's hop right in. Mike Litteris going to lead us off against Greg Digger Jr. Let's see, as they are fighting in an elimination game. Outer Banks trying to advance. Vancouver trying to hold on as Greg Digger Jr. starts off the game with a striking out of Mike Litteris for out number 1. Dub City. Swinging, strike out. That's second for Greg Digger. Now we have Claus Bergen Cannon. Let's see if they can get something going in the first inning, or is Greg Digger Jr. really going to show off how well he's going to play? As Bergen Cannon grounds out to the second baseman for the end of the side.
Scheiderme is going to square up against Walker Cato for the first plate appearance on Vancouver's side of the things. He'll line out to left field. That'll bring up Sack Lodge. 1 out, nobody on. Grounds out to the shortstop. Willie Colon will come up and take a walk. No 1-2-3 inning being returned by Outer Banks. Willie Colon is going to advance on over to second with a steal. And a ground ball that gets past the shortstop on behalf of... Oh! Magicomo's hit means nothing as he is gunned down at the plate, trying to stretch it all the way home. Out number 3.
Drockenberg, who just made that insane throw from left field, gets a double after leading off this inning, holding Vancouver to no run score as Dan Halen advances the runner to third. Hunter Geist just needs a ball. Oh, that's drop third strike, but they still turn and get him. They need a base hit now to score the runner from third. Riverboat. It's going to hit a ground ball, second base, but it's going to be an out as the runner gets stranded on third. Looks like something should have happened out of that, but didn't. Vancouver stepped up. Their defense held them.
Herb Sessions going to start things off in the bottom of the second for Vancouver with a strikeout. That will bring up Toby McMuffin. Been sitting under a hot lamp for quite some time, ready to go. Going to pop it up to the second baseman who calls off the first baseman who called off the pitcher. Jackie Daytona is going to pop to left center. That'll be out number 3, 1-2-3 inning. We are scoreless through 2, heading to the top of the third, still 0-0, 1 hit apiece for both teams.
Tyler Swift going to lead us off. Ground ball, second baseman, routine play, out number 1. Tex Walker, he's on fire recently as he continues this, so he hits a base hit up the middle. Top of the lineup now, Mike Litteris is going to get hit by pitch as Greg Digger Jr. let one go and hits Litteris on the shoulder. Double steal here as both of them are safe. What is this with the double steals? Dub City high, deep drive off the wall. I thought that one was gone, but that will clear the bases and be a triple for Dub City. Wow. I thought that one was gone, but I guess not. Bergen Cannon now. Oh, wait, he was thrown out at third. Bergen Cannon's going to get a base hit, though, as that's going to get through the middle. Drockenberg. Shot up the middle. Diving catch by the center fielder and Willie Colonis. He's going to end the side. What a throw to get out the runner at third, and then the great diving catch.
Sam Andrews is going to start things off in the bottom of the third with a pop up in the infield. Dan King will pop up in the outfield instead for a little bit of variety. That'll send us to the top of the order as Geronimo Scheiderme will pop up to the catcher. 1-2-3 inning again for Vancouver, and Outer Banks is going to take its 2-run lead into the top of the fourth.
Amelia Takahashi into pitch now. Dan Halen grounds out to third baseman for out number 1. Hunter Geist, swing, strike 3, out number 2. And then we have Riverboat to try and fight off this 1-2-3 inning as Takahashi has shown strength this outing as they ground out to third, as that is a 1-2-3 inning.
Sack Lodge going to start things off here for Vancouver with a deep line to center field. That's going to be a solo home run, putting Vancouver on the board and cutting the deficit in half. First pitch of the at-bat, no less. Quick to pull the trigger. Willie Colon's going to come up and will fly out somewhere behind the scoreboard for us. line shot to right center. It looks like the center fielder is going to stand and watch his right fielder come on over and scoop it up as Magiacomo makes it over to second. Herb Sessions going to get a base hit, and Magiacomo is going to stop at third, bringing up Toby McMuffin, who will squeeze one past the second baseman. That'll get an RBI for sure and advance a runner over to third. Runners at the corners for Jackie Daytona with one out. Grounds to third. Runner advances to second. Runners at second and third, but that will be out number 3. Not before the Vandals are able to put 2 runs on the board, however.
High ball game headed into the top of the 5th here. Tyler Swift leading us off. Swinging bunt as the catcher's going to get up and fire over to first for the first out. Tex Walker, line drive, left center field, off the top of the wall again. Looks like that one was inches from being gone, but extra base hit here as he gets in with a double. Top lineup with Litteris. Fly ball to the third baseman. Pretty easy catch there for out number 2. Dub City. Ground ball or line drive directly back to the pitcher, and he makes the catch to end the side. After that nice double, unfortunately, nothing coming across of it.
High ball game after the midway point. Dan King is going to leg out an infield single. Not quite. Scheidemeier is going to come up hitless on the entire postseason so far, and that cold streak stays. Zach Lodge, after the solo shot last inning, is not able to keep the magic flowing. That'll be a 1-2-3 inning as we head to the top of the 6th. Still a 2-2 tie.
Bergen Cannon's going to swing at strike 3. Ball gets past him. Will he run it out? No. Catcher picks up and fires just in time for the out. Arno Drakenberg swings at strike 3, as that'll be a quick 2 outs in the inning. As Dan Halen, trying to get something rolling, gets a ground ball to the second baseman, and that's going to be another 1-2-3 inning, as Emilia Takahashi is having a great outing this time around.
Willie Colon's going to step up to the plate in the bottom of the 6th here with a strikeout. That'll bring up Magiacomo, the only member of the Vandals on fire at the moment, batting .471 this postseason. Does not look like this at-bat will help that number, however. Little dribbler swinging bunt. And Herb Sessions will fly out to deep left center for out number 3. Still 2-2 as we head to the top of the 7th.
Equal score lines here. 2 runs, 5 hits. Hunter Geis, sharp ground ball to the first as they touch the bag for out number 1. Linus Riverboat hits the ball over the second baseman's head for a base hit. Trying to get something rolling here for OBX. Riverboat also going to try and steal, and it looks like they were in there safely, and they were. Swift, ground ball, second base, advances the runner to third, but gets out themselves. Tex Walker, 2 outs, has a chance to score a runner. Hard ground ball, shortstop, but gets thrown out. Another runner stranded at third for OBX as we head to the bottom of the 7th.
Toby McMuffin is going to ground out to short. That'll bring up Jackie Daytona. 1 out, nobody on. Striking out, looking. 2 outs, nobody on. Sam Andrews about to come up to the plate. Solid contact to deep left, but that will be tracked down by Drakenberg for a 1-2-3 inning. Going to head to the top of the 8th. Still a 2-2 tie for these last 3 innings.
Coming down to the wire here is Mike Litteris, top lineup for OBX to this inning. Strikes out, swinging out number 1. Dub City batting a .421. Can they get something going? Swings at strike 3 as Homura Fuji is in to pitch. That's the second strikeout of the day for them. Bergen Cannon also strikes 3. Fuji strikes out the side as we head quickly to the bottom of the 8th inning.
Walker Cato still on the bump for the Airplanes, and Dan King will strike out swinging. That'll bring up Scheidemeier, still looking for the first hit of the postseason. It does not look like he will find it on this plate appearance. Zach Lodge, 2 outs, nobody on. That'll be a walk. bringing up Willie Colon with one runner on. Strike 3, a 1-2-3-4 inning sends us to the top of the 9th. Tied ball game.
Here we go. This is when it comes to crunch time. Drockenberg, fly ball left field, out number 1. Dan Halen. Fuji still on the bump. Fuji strikes him out. Hunter Geist, 2 outs now. Chance to take the lead and end this series. Ground ball, second baseman turns, throws out number 3. Vancouver has a chance to win this, or we're headed to extras.
The on-fire Magiacomo is going to start things off for the Vandals in the bottom of the 9th as we are now in walk-off territory. Andrea Magiacomo will take a walk. Herb Sessions at the plate, nobody out, runner on first. As Flame McDonald has come into the game. Looks like Herb Sessions is going to hit into a double play. Toby McMuffin will fly out to right field. That'll end the inning. Not just discount baseball, but free baseball coming our way, folks. Top of the 10th inning, Outer Banks at the plate.
Second one of the night, Riverboat gonna lead off the 10th inning. Soft ground ball, but they beat out the throw even though he was standing right next to the bag. Tyler Swift, line drive, center field, diving catch by Willie Colon. Second of the day as they basically save themselves as an extra base hit. Line drive, Tex Walker straight at the second baseman, 2 outs. Litteris, base hit, left field, and that's gonna advance the runners 90 feet. Runners on first and second, 2 out. Dub City, line drive left field, but right at Magiacomo for out number 3. They got something rolling, but they just couldn't get runs across.
Jackie Daytona at the plate, going to ground out to second. Bring up Sam Andrews, who will get a base hit. Landing themselves at first. Looks like we have Musha calling a walk-off game winner for Scheidermay as his first hit of the postseason. King is going to hit into a fielder's choice. Runner on first. Scheidermay at the plate. No dice, Musha. No dice, Scheidermay. Sorry. Heading to the top of the 11th. Our second game this stream to go 2 innings extra.
Here we go. Bergen Cannon leading us off, and looks like a check swing goes right at the second baseman for the first out. Drockenberg grounds out. Second baseman Pat Rogers on the bump. Dan Halen, 2 outs now. Watches ball 4. Runner on first, 2 outs. Hunter Geist. Ground ball down the line, but directly to the first baseman who touches the bag and ends the side. As here we go. Bottom of the 11th. Chance to win it for Vancouver.
Zach Lodge coming up to the plate. Strike 3 swinging. That'll be out number 1, bringing Willie Colon to the dish. Line hit to left center. That's going to be a stand-up double. Oh, he's stretching to 3. And it looks like he is safe. Runner at third base. 1 out. Magiacomo is going to hit deep. And Willie Colon's going to tag up and run it in. That'd be a walk-off sack fly, ladies and gentlemen. 3-2 in the bottom of the 11th. This series is going to Game 5. We're heading back to Outer Banks. Got a couple of multi-hit performances from Outer Banks. 2 for 4 from Linus Riverboat. 2 for 4 from Tex Walker. But only 1 from Vancouver. 2 for 3 with 1 run, 1 RBI for Magiacomo. But Magiacomo also had the walk-off sack hit. Looks like Walker Cato went 8 innings, 2 earned runs. Flame McDonald came in for 2.2 in relief and picked up the loss, allowing the walk-off. Greg Digger started things off for Vancouver, no decision. Takahashi went 3 after, Fuji went 3 after, and Rogers went 2 shutout innings for the win. Walker Cato will be our player of the game with those 8-inning quality starts.
By the way, Davey, I'm pretty sure that document is not up to date. I'm not sure if anyone's actually updated it this season, but you're about to see the current series right now. As, so we have, 3 Game 5s upon us. Outer Banks, Vancouver, New Orleans, Rougarous against Sarasota, Apex against Detroit, as I got to remember once we go to the following day to make sure the series didn't continue for the minors, and it looks like there's nothing happening this day. Nothing on the majors day.
A couple of blips from some majors GMs, though.
Yeah. I just want to get it to the day of the actual game. So let's go to the minors to make sure there is no... Ooh, there is. Enoch, my friend.
Well, I think all 3 of the Pro Series are on Game 5, so if we just play those, it should leave both of these minors games. Oh, wait, no, this is just showing what the series was.
No, this is the upcoming one.
Isn't it? Oh, yeah, okay, you're right. I think if we just do the Pro games and don't touch the minor league and don't advance to the next day, it should be fine, right?
I'm asking Enoch. See what he says. Okay, James, people in chat, everyone that I'm messaging Enoch right now because we have 3 game 5s for the majors, but today is also the day the minors semifinals starts. So we are making sure that we can just play the majors games and then not advance the day and just save it, and then whoever's streaming next time doesn't touch the majors, is obviously just goes to the minors, watches, sims these games, and then there we go. Just making sure. I just want to double check before I do anything and get yelled at. Yeah, we have to keep BNN off regardless.
All right, looks like Enoch says that is a fine strategy. In the meantime, we have Mo saying before Game 5, can we check the Indy bullpen?
Let's see. Please, let's see. After minors, there is no minors games. AJ. He wants to see his pitching staff of stamina percentages for Johnson. Johnson is at 60%. Digger is at 27%. Takahashi is at 28%. Rogers is at 27%. And Tosin is at 100%. So basically everyone's tired except for Tosin.
Rogers and Takahashi have higher percents than that for relief, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I should say, yeah. Rogers relief pitching 78%. Takahashi 41%. And yeah. This is going to be a let it ride, no changes. All right, Vancouver, y'all trusting the heart of the cards, I guess. Next up, let's go into the Apex as I'm going up the line.
It just says check the bullpen.
There you go, Miss Obvious. There you go. Let me know.
Other than that, Junie has a request for the Novas as well.
Game 5, guys. If you want changes, better have it now. Move Mike to middle relief. Middle relief, use more often. And set up. Cool. Middle relief, use more often, set up. And then you have, do you want me to, does it matter if I can switch this, or should I just switch it to 2-man rotation just to be safe? I'm just going to switch it. Cool. Cool, they gravy. Supernovas. Holy macaroni, they want me to just change the whole team, huh? Supernovas. Move Shifty to the pen. Shifty to the pen. 2-man rotation. Middle relief. Use more often and setup. And then we have drop Hummus from setup and make him middle relief. No trust in the Jinx, huh? Do you want me to keep him as long relief as his second role, or do you want me to keep him as that Junie? And then he wants...
Keep LR second.
Okay. And then his lineup... I don't know if he has lineups against right and left different, but he has J Doctor, Hold Nafar, IO Torrent... J Doctor, IO Torrent, Crash Wagon.
You have to put J above Holden.
Yeah. J Holden, IO Torrent. Bagescu, Crash Wagon, Junie, Red Arrow, Dominic, Ace Carter. Cool. And then lower his base running. Oh, God. Global base running to neutral. Yep, just like that. Is that good? We got you, Junie.
And then Outer Banks has some stuff as well, once Junie confirms.
Awesome. And then the Aviators. OBX Stamina. Pitcher Stamina. Funk starts. So is it? There's no point in just me switching 1 and 2. Just put Funk to start, right? Right. Not sure if that messes anything up, but I hope not. As you can tell, I do the test. I don't really rips to stopper high leverage. Yep. Rips to stopper.
Junie has another request, and then Demons have a request as well.
You want 8th and close, Razor? Or anything else? Is that good? Stopper 8th and close. High leverage. Just want a confirmation. Razor. The series tracker is not updated. They just saw that...
Razor said 7 and close.
Okay, let me do blow pop. Why aren't they not on 3? Car seat to stopper. Okay, and then do you want him 8th and close or what, TARDIS? DG, we have 3 series in Game 5. I'll go through them right before once we're done with all the like pitching changes and whatnot. TARDIS says looks good. Okay. So let me go back to Supernovas real quick. Switch Bill to use more often. Okay. Keep it like that. We good? Like this? Okay, so then we go one last time to Aviators. And it was Rips Bod to 7th and close. Cool. We're all good. We're set.
I'm going to hit up the bathroom real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah, by all means.
Speedy.
As Lord have mercy. Just to mix it up, Game 5's all around here. I am going to start off with the Supernovas at the Rougarous first. And then after that, I'll do the Vandals game and then the Apex game. So, let's go into the manage here for Sarasota at New Orleans. Let's see. Make double check. I'm going to check every single time. BNN's off. Advantage here. Looks like it is Rougarous, but as I was turned wrong, Sarasota was leading this. We have Hiro Nakamura against Pork Torkelton in New Orleans. Let's see who's going to take home the win and advance. Everyone out here trying to give Sarasota their energy, that supernova energy out here. So let's hop right into the game as we have J Doctor going to lead us off. J Doctor batting .438 on the series. Swinging, pop fly, foul territory. Third baseman will make the catch for out number 1. Holding the fart. Ground ball, second baseman turns, fires for out number 2. And as I'm saying this, Io Torrent will swing at strike 3 to end the side. And thank you to Schoolboy Shoe for 5 gifted subs out here celebrating New York advancing, or out here celebrating just New York in general. Beauregard, fly ball, short, shallow, left field, caught for the out. J.R. Cook now. Fly ball, center field for out number 2. And then we have Vidal Valor. It's going to ground to the second baseman who turns, fires for the routine play for out number 3, and a very quiet first inning for both sides of the field for both teams. Top of the second, we have Bagescu. Deep fly ball, right field, warning track power, but it is caught for out number 1. Crash wagon swings, shallow fly ball, shortstop will turn and make the catch for out number 2. And then we have Junie Panda, who's going to hit a base hit into the outfield to get first hit of the game for either team. Red Arrow. Actually, Junie Panda is going to steal second. He's in there with ease. So we have runner on second now, scoring position. Red Arrow will take a walk. Dominic has a chance to score a run here with an RBI possibility. Checks their swing, but it is called strike 3 anyway, as that will end the side with runners on base. And you can take it away for the bottom half.
No score yet. Pork Torkelton on the mound. Richie Bonanza is going to strike out swinging for out number 1. That'll bring up Paolo Di Stefano Jr. For a second consecutive strikeout, this one looking. Naz Hamed about to come to the plate, one of 2 batters on fire for New Orleans. And shows just why with a base hit up left field, and that'll be a double for Naz Hamed. Alejandro Geronimo will ground out to second, and that will end the inning No damage done. 1 hit apiece for the two teams as we head to the top of the third, 0-0.
Elimination baseball here across 3 games. Let's see how they go. Ace Carter, base hit, drops right in front of the center fielder. See who will clutch up for either team. J Doctor ground ball to the shortstop while Ace Carter was on the run. Avoids a double play, but the throw is out at first. But Holden the Fart hits the ball, goes to the wall, will score Ace Carter, and Holden the Fart will take his spot over at second. As Sarasota takes the lead, 1-0. Holden the Fart going to steal third, and he was in there pretty much with ease. Io Torrent, ground ball, first baseman's going to flip it over. Oh my god, an error, and he's going to run to second.
Oh no.
Holden the Fart scores. Io Torrent on a fumble bumble goes from what should have been out at first over to second. Bagescu flies out to left field. Runner on second. 2 outs. Crash wagon. Ground ball deep into the infield. Gets there, the second baseman to turn throw. And that will end the side after Sarasota scores 2.
The favorite Rugers find themselves in a bit of a hole, down 2 here, as Christopher Brew is going to get a single up the middle of the infield. Todd Hafner will follow suit, and looks like Christopher Brew is going to stretch that one all the way over to third base. Runners on the corners, nobody out for Gustav Beauregard, who's going to hit into a ground ball, did not turn 2, scores 1. Runner on second, 1 out. Flies out to left field, 2 outs. Runner still in scoring position for Vidal Valor, who is going to ground out to the shortstop, but not before New Orleans is able to put a run on the board and answer half of Sarasota's momentum. We're going to go to the top of the fourth, 2-1 Supernovas.
Panda to lead us off. He's going to swing at a really inside pitch and going to look silly as he strikes out for out number 1. Red Arrow is going to swing, ground ball, first baseman picks up, runs over, and touches the bag himself for out number 2. Troy Dominic now watches the ball go too low, ball 4, or sinker way too high, I should say, not low. Ace Carter swinging an inside pitch, and he's going to ground out to the first baseman, which will retire the side. As when Sarasota comes up, they will have the top of their lineup to bat.
Richie Bonanza is going to get a base hit up the middle. That'll bring up Paulo DeStefano Jr. 1 on, nobody out. Hits into a double play, flipped over from third base. Naz Hamed with 2 out, nobody on. We'll dribble this one back over to the pitcher for a 1-2-3 inning. Do it yourself with a double play thrown in there as well. Top of the 5th, still 2-1 Sarasota.
Top lineup, J Doctor. Ground ball, shortstop, routine play, throws him over first for the out. Holding the Fart. Shot, left field side, drops in front of the left fielder for a base hit as he is coming in clutch this game. Io Torrent, ground ball, second baseman. Not enough power to be able to turn 2, but gets the play over at 1. Runner on second, 2 outs. Bagescu up to bat. Little pop fly, shortstops run into the outfield to make the catch and end the side. As we head to the bottom of the 5th now.
Midway point in the game, and Alejandro Geronimo is going to start things off in the bottom of the 5th for New Orleans with a pop fly to right center, bringing up Christopher Brew. Hits into a diving catch made by Ionel Bogescu, stealing a base hit from him. Todd Hafner, however, is going to hit a seemingly double to left center, banging off the wall there. Gustav Beauregard will strike out to end the inning, stranding a runner on second. Still 2-1, heading into the top of the 6th.
As we see here, Jose 43 is on the mound now for New Orleans. Crash Wagon sneaks the ball through the infield for a base hit. Runner on, Junie Panda hits a great contact, but not enough power. He's going to fly out to center fielder for out number 1. Red Arrow up to bat. Swing, strike 3, 2 down. Runner on first, Troy Dominic up to bat. Jose 43 deals deep fly ball, and that one is gone. Dominic, 420 feet bomb, gives Sarasota the 4-1 lead. Dominic showing their dominance out here. Ace Carter now up to bat. Swing, strike 3. And that'll end the side after damage has been done as Sarasota increases their lead.
3-run deficit here for the Rougarous. J.R. Cook's going to start things off with a pop fly to shallow center. Vidal Valor up next. Grounds out to third base. That'll bring up Richie Bonanza with 2 outs, nobody on. Base hit, the right center gap. It looks like Bonanza's going to stretch that one into a double, sliding in with plenty of time to spare. Paulo DeStefano Jr. has a teammate in scoring position, but can't make anything of it. Striking out, swinging. Another big strikeout for Pork Torkelton to get out of a runner in scoring position situation. Top of the 7th, 4-1.
Jose 43 back up on the bump as he strikes out Jay Doctor for the first out as we have the top of the lineup for Sarasota once again. Holding the fart in the box. Gets plunked by a pitch as he gets an easy way on base. Might be a little painful, and after he gets plunked, he gets picked off. Wow, that's a way to make a statement there. Matty DeFerrari out on the mound now as he pitches to Torrent, who hits a shot directly deep center field, bounces off the wall for an extra base hit, double. Bagescu, fly ball, shallow left center field, caught by the center fielder for the out and to end the side. As the lead is still 4-1, bottom of the 7th.
After a quick stretch, Shanaz Ahmed's going to come up to the plate in the bottom of the 7th and hit a pop shot to left field. Alejandro Geronimo with 1 out, nobody on, will take a free base on balls, trotting on over to first. Christopher Brew, 1 on, 1 out. And that will be a 2-run homer, bringing the lead down to 1. New Orleans now within striking distance of Sarasota as Todd Hafner's about to come up to the plate. 4-3 Sarasota. Todd Hafner strikes out. That'll be 2 outs on the inning so far. As we head to the top of the order, Gustav Beauregard coming up. And he follows suit with a nice shot to center field, bangs off the wall, slides into second with a double. That'll bring up J.R. Cook with a runner in scoring position, and he strikes out as well. Tristan Lung coming up on the mound to clean up that inning, but not before some damage was done. The lead cut down to 1 run. Top of the 8th.
Here we go. Crash Wagon leading us off. James Pleasance on the mound. Crash Wagon, ground ball, third base, shoots, fires, and that's out number 1. Juni Panda. Swing, strike 3. 2 outs. Sarasota's trying to increase their lead as New Orleans is trying to claw back. Red Arrow, 2 down now. Pop fly or line drive hits the wall, dead center field. That ball just carried as that's going to be a double for Red Arrow. Dominic, who just last at bat, hit a 2-run shot. Let's see if he can repeat. Soft ground ball back to the pitcher, and he's going to be tossed over to first to end the side. As we head to the bottom of the 8th, as New Orleans trying to come back and tie this, if not take the lead.
6 outs to score 1 run for the Rougarous. Make that 5 as Vidal Valor watches a pitch go by for a strikeout. That'll bring up Richie Bonanza, 1 out, nobody on. And Richie follows suit. 2 batters in a row, watching it straight to the glove of the catcher. Paulo DeStefano Jr. going to come up with 2 outs, nobody on. He will make contact at the very least, but fly out to left field. That'll be a 1-2-3 inning at the hand of Tristan Lung. That will send us to the top of the 9th. 1-run lead for Sarasota, their last chance to expand on it.
Here we go. Ace Carter, and then we got the top of the lineup as Ace Carter will strike out swinging. Top of the lineup now, the on-fire Jay Doctor trying to increase this lead as James Pleasance is on the bump still for New Orleans. See if Jay Doctor also swing and a miss. Strike 3 as James Pleasance is dealing here for New Orleans, trying his best to keep their team in the ball game. Holding the fart. Base hit into center field. 2 out. See if there will be a 2-out rally. Io Torrent. Holding the fart, going to steal second. He's going to be safe. Runner now in scoring position. Torrent, fly ball, right field, warning track, but caught. No runs. Runner stranded at second. Last chance, New Orleans. Let's go.
3 outs to score 1 run. Going to start off with Naz Hamed, who rips a line shot past the first baseman. Getting himself a single, Alejandro Geronimo comes up to the plate and will take strike 3 looking. Tristan is not taking names. He's just blowing it by people. But apparently he's had enough as Dirk Diglett comes to the mound. And Christopher Brew is going to hit into a fielder's choice. That'll be 2 outs. Todd Hafner will ground it to the first baseman, who's going to jog on over, tap the bag, and that will be the series, ladies and gentlemen. 4-3, your final score on the day. The Sarasota Supernovas knock out the heavy favorite, New Orleans Rougarous, 3-2 in an absolute slugfest. Holding a fart, going 3 for 4 with 1 run and 1 RBI on the day. Only 4 multi-hit performances coming from New Orleans, but it wasn't enough. 2 for 4 day for Richie Bonanza and Naz Hamed and Todd Hafner, as well as Brew's 2 for 4, 2-run, 2 RBI outing, but it wasn't enough juice. Sarasota pitching, the win is going to get issued to Pork Torkelton, going 6 innings, 1 earned run. Lung gets the hold, 2.1 innings, 2 earned runs, and Dirk Diglett's going to pick up the save, 0.2 innings of shutout baseball to end the game. Nakamura's going to pick up the loss, 4.2 innings, 1 earned run, 1 unearned run, and Pork Torkelton with that 6-inning, 1 earned run quality start will be our player of the game, clutching it out for Sarasota to clinch the series.
Does that break the curse of Hummus joining a team that just can't win in the playoffs? Because congrats to you guys. I know I was like giving you guys some crap, but you guys came out and won, advanced. I'm excited. Taking down the heavy favorite indeed. As next, we're going to go over to, I believe, the other favorites, the Vancouver Vandals against, like I said, the other favorites, the Outer Banks Aviators.
Now, keep in mind, Outer Banks was up 2-0, and you asked which series could be reverse sweep, and I said this one because it'd be funny.
Yeah, so, that's true. That is true.
Just throwing that out there.
So, yeah, let's see what's going to be happening here. I'm just gonna. I have to go with the meme. I'm going for Vancouver. I have to. They're the underdogs in this series. I love rooting for the underdog. I love AW, but man, I can't go against the underdog story. And plus, AJ, I believe, has dealt with enough punish. So, anyone want to get a quick prediction in before we start this? If not, I'm just gonna start one out. I don't know who has been doing them. Anyone catch the series MVP? I'm not sure. OBX winning would be an underdog story. I mean, it might. Yeah, you never know. See, prediction is in. Who wins? OBX Vandal. Keep it simple. See what the votes will be.
First chunk of change went to Vancouver, but then the big chunk of change went to OBX. So
here, just another big chunk of change. There we go. Push towards Vancouver's side for me as I put my money where my mouth is. As that's about to run out, let's head on into this. Because I'm picking Vancouver to win, I will take their side. Let's hop right on in. Shitter Me leading us off against Ray Z Funk. Checks his swing, but is strike 3. He went around, as the umps call it. Sack Lodge. Fly ball, shallow center field. Center fielder will make the run for it and catch for out number 2. Willie Colon watches the ball go right by him. Strike 3. The screwball screwed him up, as that'll end the side.
Mike Litter is going to start things off for the Outer Banks Aviators against Alex Johnson, and he'll ground out to Alex Johnson. Dub City will ground out to first base, who just taps the bag real quick. Bring up Klaus Bergencannon, who will ground out to second. 1, 2, 3 innings on both teams so far, heading to the top of second. No runs, no hits, no errors.
the hot bat of Magiacomo up to the plate as they swing strike 3 out number 1. As Razy Funk ain't having any of that. Herb Sessions stands on the plate, watches strike 3 as well. Razy Funk in 2/3 innings has 4 strikeouts. See if they can make it 5. Toby McMuffin. Fly ball deep or right center field, but is caught on the run by the right fielder, Mike Litteris, as that'll be a 1-2-3 inning as we head to the bottom.
Arnold Drachenberg starting off the bottom of the second, flying out to center field, bringing up Dan Halen. Sneaks one by the first baseman. That'll be a single. That'll turn around to second, and that will be a double. Hunter Geist coming up with a runner in scoring position, 1 out. That'll be a base hit. As Dan Halen rounds third, but does not go. Hunter Geist is going to steal second and get picked off in the process. Linus Riverboat grounds out, and that will end the inning with no score. Greedy steal gets punished by the defense.
Jackie Daytona, trying to heat up after being cold as of recently, flies out to the center fielder for out number 1, Sam Andrews. Ground ball, second baseman turns, fires out number 2, Dan King. Shallow pop fly directly to the shortstop to end the side. 3 innings, 1-2-3.
Tyler Swift going to ground out to second base, bringing up Tex Walker on fire for the Aviators. It looks like that was a beanball. Mike Litteris is going to take advantage of the situation and bat Tex Walker over to third with a base hit. And we have our first run of the game as Dub City laces a base hit to left field, advancing Mike over to second. Runners on first and second, 1 out. It looks like a double play, a 6-3 double play. No 4 needed, but not before 1 run was scored and some damage was done. Top of the 4th.
Geronimo Shitterme swings strike 3. Funk continuing his dominance so far today. His 5th strikeout of the day. As Sack Lodge comes up to bat. He watches the pitch go right by him. Strike 3. Funk ain't messing today. He's showing all the funk he has in his arsenal. Willie Colon swings, soft ground ball, second baseman fires, and that'll retire the side. And as I notice, Geronimo Shirami still is yet to get a base hit this series.
12 batters faced, 12 batters downed for Rays Funk. Arnold Drachenberg is going to strike out swinging. Dan Halen will come up to bat next. Solid contact, that'll be tracked down in right center for out number 2. Hunter Geist at the plate, 2 out, nobody on. Base hit to the right center gap. That will be a sliding double for Hunter Geist, bringing Linus Riverboat up to the plate with a teammate in scoring position. A base hit gets right by the second baseman, and it looks like that will score Hunter Geist as he rounds third and slides home the second run of the game. Both of which are for Outer Banks so far. Tyler Swift at the plate will ground out to first, but not before Outer Banks is able to double their lead. That'll send us to the top of the 5th. Magiacomo up to bat.
Magiacomo, ground ball. Second baseman bobbles it, but they rule it as an error. That's unfortunate. Herb Sessions grounds out to first. Runner advances 90 feet. Toby McMuffin, fly ball, deep center field. Running back, caught, but Magiacomo will advance to third. Base hit here will score the run as Jackie Daytona swings strike 3, way behind on that pitch, as that will retire the side. Perfect game ended on an error.
Tex Walker will ground out to third. No, it was bobbled at third, and Tex was able to beat out the throw. And then steal. I don't know what that was. Tex is able to advance to third on an out. Looks like Giuseppe Tosin is brought in relief. And a strikeout with a bunt that missed the ball. Interesting. Klaus Bergen-Cannon is going to ground out to second. And it looks like Tex Walker will be stranded at third. Giuseppe Tosin coming in to help the team get out of a little tiny bit of a jam. Tosin stinks. Top of the sixth.
Sam Andrews, deep fly ball, and there goes the no-hitter as it ends on a home run by the hands of Sam Andrews. 412 feet. There goes all those people trying to get that broken up, and there it goes in dramatic fashion. Dan King watches the ball. Ball 4. Top of the lineup now. Shitterme trying to get his first hit. Swings. But he also steals. Is that throws him out at second. That is an out. Shitterme finally gets his first base hit in this series as it squeaks by the third baseman. Sack Lodge, actually, Shitterme going to steal second. Will he be in there safely? He is. Sack Lodge swinging strike 3. 2 down. 8 strikeouts for Rays Funk. Willie Colon shot up the middle. That's going to score the runner from second, and Willie Colon will stop himself at first. Magiacomo swings, pop, fly, center fielder caught for out number 3. Lancer, do you want me to say Shidermy? I can if you guys want me to.
Rockenberg is going to start things off with a base hit after Vancouver tied things up in the top of the 6th. Dan Halen will get a base hit of his own to follow suit. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Hunter Geist at the dish will take a walk. And Giuseppe Tosin has loaded the bases with no outs. He will walk in a run. Outer Banks up 3-2. Tyler Swift at the plate will make solid contact and fly out to left. Throw goes home, not in time. Run scores, runner advances to third. Runners at the corners, 1 out. And Troy Pressing comes in to pitch for Vancouver. Stolen base here for Riverboat and a base hit with 2 runners in scoring position. That looks like that'll be a 2 RBI double for Mike Litteris. 6-2 right now for Outer Banks. Dub City will ground it to third. And the throw is in time to end the inning, but not before Outer Banks puts 4 runs on the board. Top of the 7th, 6-2, Aviators.
Vancouver has a bit to climb as Herb Session comes out, grounds out to the second baseman. Toby McMuffin now hits a ball right over the infield into the outfield for a base hit. Jackie Daytona watches ball 4. Runners first and second, 1 out. Sam Andrews, who just hit a home run last at bat. Ripspot comes into relief. First batter he faces, he walks. Bases loaded now for Vancouver. Dan King swings, pop fly, left field caught. Not deep enough to score the run as they held him to third. Shitterme swings, strike 3. Runners stranded as bases were loaded.
Klaus Bergen-Cannon going to start things off after the 7th inning stretch for Outer Banks by grounding out to second base. Arno Drachenberg will strike out with what looked to be a check swing. And that'll bring up Dan Halen with 2 outs, nobody on. Laces one past the second baseman for a single. Hunter Geist at the dish, and that pitch will go past the plate, letting Dan Halen scoot on over to second base, though Hunter Geist strikes out after. No damage done off of that passed ball wild pitch. That'll send us to the top of the 8th. Vancouver up to bat, still down 4.
Sack Lodge, line drive center field, diving catch by the center fielder Tyler Swift. Willie Colon ground ball over to the third base side, but the throw is in time for out number 2. And then Magiacomo watches the ball go right by him for out number 3. 1-2-3 inning for Vancouver as their chances are looking bleak as they head to the bottom of the 8th.
Last opportunity for OBX to make things harder for Vancouver here. Linus Riverboat is going to start with a strikeout, though. That'll bring up Tyler Swift. Solid contact to left field, but that will fly out for number 2. Grimace McDonald coming in for the last out of the inning. And Tex Walker strikes out swinging. That'll lead us to the top of the 9th. The Vandals have 3 outs to get 4 runs to stay alive.
Herb Sessions going to try and start this going. Checks their swing, ball 4. That's a way to lead it off to get someone on base. Toby McMuffin shot right center field. Is that one out of here? It's gone. There's 2 of the 4 runs they need off of one swing. 471 feet. Vancouver still behind 6-4 as they have the bottom 3 of the lineup to come. Jackie Daytona swings, ground ball, second baseman turns, fires, out number 1. Sam Andrews watches, ball go right by him, strike 3, 2 down, last chance, last batter possibly for Vancouver, Dan King against Justin Ripsbod. As he watches the ball go right by him, strike 3, and that ends the series. OBX closes this one out 6-4 in their home stadium. As that will do it, Outer Banks in a stressful series. Almost got reverse sweeped, but held on to it last game. Going to the batting. 2 for 4 game by Toby McMuffin, as well as 2 RBIs from him for Vancouver side of things. Over on OBX, we had a 3 for 4 day by Dan Halen, as well as 2 RBIs coming from Linus Riverboat, as well as Mike Litteris. Pitching. Johnson got the start for Vancouver. 4 1/3 innings pitched, allowed 2 earned runs. Got a no decision as Tosin was awarded the loss. Ray's Funk was awarded the W. 6 1/3 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, and the save goes to Ripsbod. Your player of the game is Ray's Funk. As here we are, the last game of the stream, last game of the night, the final game of the divisional series. Detroit Demons, Indianapolis Apex. Here we go. Hedge your bets, everyone. Wow, I can't believe that tongue-tied me. Who's going to advance here? Detroit Demons, the one that looks like the favorite in this series, or Indianapolis Apex, who basically blew up the casino. See what predictions will be, if they are going to do one. I am going to take Indy on this time around, if you don't mind, since I think 2 games in a row I've taken the away team.
Okay, sure.
All right. So, don't know if anyone wants to get a prediction in. Last prediction of the night, last game of the night. Exciting nights indeed. It's been. I don't even know. Did they even do a. They haven't even done the result. All right, well, I don't know if they're going to do one. I'm just going to get right into it, and you can take it away.
We're going to have Trowan No Hands taking the bump for the Indianapolis Apex, and he will square up against Ben Stacking Paper for the first at-bat of the last game of the Sim Night. Ben Stacking Paper will strike out swinging. A 3-pitch strikeout for Trowan No Hands. Victor Herrera will strike out looking on pitch 4, so no immaculate inning to start things off for Trowan. That'll bring up Scott Poe. 2 outs. Nobody on. And he will pop up to first base for a 1-2-3 inning. Head down to the bottom of the first. Indy up to bat.
Got Bendover leading us off against Ricky Vaughn. hits a shot, line drive, drops in front of the right fielder for a base hit. That's the way you want to get the game started. Zach Mouse shot right back up the middle, drops in front of the center fielder for a base hit, and Bendover's going to stretch it out to third. Runners on the corners, no outs. Dustin Parmley swings, strike 3. 1 down. Jimbo Slice, runners on the corners, ground ball. Will he be able to turn 2? They turn 1. They hold the ball and don't turn 2. And that means Bendover will score from third, as that's going to give a 1-0 lead. Jimbo Slice goes to steal second. He slides and he is in there safely. Johnny Tsunami watches ball forward as there's runners first and second. Sailor Twift, fly ball, left center field. Looks like it'll be caught for the out, and it is. Not before Indianapolis takes a 1-0 lead as 6 batters come to bat for Indianapolis.
Haywood Dinkle's going to ground out. No, he's not. That one squirts past the first baseman, and he's going to reach second on an error. Stretch Armstrong will line out to first. And Danny B will pop to center. That'll bring up Nicholson Dimes, who's going to ground out to short. And despite that spooky error putting a man on second with nobody out, it looks like Indy's able to get out of a tight squeeze. Still no runs scored for Detroit, heading to the bottom of the second.
Jody Quinn, high fly ball, left center field, not deep enough, dies at the warning track for out number 1. Wander Franco checks his swing, but strike 3 is called for 2 outs now. Number 9 batter up to bat now, Eagle Eyes. Swings, ground ball, shortstop's diving stop, and fires and makes the play. What a turn by the shortstop of Stretch Armstrong. Really stretches out to make that play.
Joe Burrow at the plate will rip a base hit up the left field line. Looks like he's going to try to stretch that into a double, and he does so successfully. Stanley Yelnats up with a runner in scoring position, nobody out. Third baseman checks Joe back to second and throws across the diamond for out number 1. Ben Stackenpaper will take a walk. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Victor Herrera, line shot, diving catch made out in center field by Johnny Tsunami. Keeps the runners at bay. And Scott Poe will pop it to shallow left field. 2 runners left stranded for the Demons. Bottom of the third, still 1-0 Indianapolis.
Bendover, top of the lineup. He checks his swing, but it is strike 3. 1 down, just like that. Ricky Vaughn, third strikeout of the day. Zach Mouse, second time up to bat. Ground sharply to second baseman, who turns, fires out number 2. Dustin Parmley swings, strike 3, and there's a 1-2-3 inning for the Apex's offense as we head right back to the top of the 4th.
Haywood Dinkle is going to have a laser to right field corner, getting a stand-up double for himself. That'll bring up Stretch Armstrong, nobody out, runner in scoring position, and he will fly to mid-right field. Not deep enough for Dinkle to advance on the sack. But a huge hit to left field, warning track power, and Danny B is at least able to advance Dinkle over to third. But the 2 outs meant that Nicholson Dimes grounded into an inning-ending play. Runner stranded at third, still no runs scored for Detroit, heading to the bottom of the 4th, still 1-0.
Jimbo Slice gets plunked as he leads us off the bottom of the 4th here. Johnny Tsunami up to bat as Slice is going to take second after being plunked, and he'll be in there safely. Tsunami, line drive, diving catch by the left fielder Nicholson Dimes for out number 1. Sailor Twift, swing, strike 3, 2 down. Jody Quinn swings inside pitch. Pitcher will gather it himself, fire over to first for out number 3, and they strand a runner on second. So we head to the top of the 5th.
Joe Burrow is going to take a shot to the shoulder, get to first base the painful way. Stanley Yelnats, 1 runner on, nobody out. He will ground out to third base, but at least he advances Joe Burrow on the fielder's choice. Ben Stackenpaper, a deep shot to right center, and Joe Burrow's going to tag up, advance over to third. 2 outs, runner at third, just like last inning. But Victor Herrera is able to make it happen this time for the Demons, getting a 1 RBI single for himself. Runner at first, 2 outs. Scott Poe will ground out to second base, but not before Detroit is able to tie things up as we reach the midpoint of this ball game.
Halfway there, tie ball game. It's brand new if you look at it from my eyes. Wander Franco leading us off. High fly ball left field, but it will be caught for the out. Eagle Eyes swings hard ground ball, but was stopped and thrown out by the second baseman for out number 2. Bend over, line drive right field, but right at him for the third out. A quick 1-2-3 inning as nothing comes across. No hits for Indianapolis that time around.
Haywood Dinkle at the plate will strike out swinging to start off the top of the 6th inning. That'll bring up Stretch Armstrong. 1 out, nobody on for the shortstop. Base hit up the middle. He'll round first and think better of it. Danny B with 1 on, nobody out, will take a walk. We got runners at first and second, 1 out for Nicholson Dimes. And the left fielder has a laser that goes directly to the center fielder. Stretch Armstrong tagging up and advancing over to third. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. And a deep hit to right field. That is out of here. 3-run shot for Detroit. And they take the lead in emphatic fashion. Joe Burrow, 3-run home run to put the Demons on top. Stanley Yelnats at the plate with a clean diamond ahead of him. And he'll get a base hit as well. Ball 4 for Ben Stackenpaper. We got runners at first and second again this inning. Victor Herrera at the plate. Check swing, strike 3. But not before the damage was done. Detroit getting themselves a hearty, healthy, tasty 4-1 lead as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning.
Zach Mouse, deep fly ball, but it looks like it'll be right to the center fielder for out number 1 as Ricky Vaughn is back out on the mound for another inning of work. Harmley, ground ball up the middle, base hit. Jimbo Slice. They need to get this offense rolling if they want to come back in this one. Jimbo Slice will fly out shallow to center fielder. 2 down now, Johnny Tsunami with the runner on first. Ball will drop down for a base hit as runners are on first and second. Sailor Twift. Hard ground ball to the second baseman who tosses it over to first and ends the inning as they had runners on first and second, but they need to get some base hits to score them.
Scott Poe at the dish, going to start things off in the top of the 7th. Ball 4 inside, grazing past his shins, and he'll go to first base for free. Haywood Dinkle will do the same on the other side of the plate. 2 inside pitches to 2 different sides of the batter's box. Stretch Armstrong will ground into a fielder's choice, picking Haywood Dinkle off at second base. And Stretch Armstrong will then take second on a steal. Runners at second and third, 1 out. And Danny B is going to make the most of it, getting a base hit up the left field line. That'll be a single advancing to second on the throw. 2 RBIs for Danny. And another base hit with runners in scoring position as Danny B is able to make it all the way home. Nicholson Dimes picking up an RBI single. Joe Burrow at the plate again. Waits for Nicholson Dimes to advance to second before grounding out, advancing Dimes over to third base. Yelnats is going to line out to center, but not before another 3-run inning for the Detroit Demons, expanding their lead to 7-1 as we head into the 7th inning stretch.
Everything looking towards Detroit in this one as Jody Quinn will fly out to the left fielder for out number 1. Ricky Vaughn still out there on the mound. Wander Franco flies out shallow left field. Eagle Eyes watches the ball go right past him. Strike 3, just walks away, and that's a quick 1-2-3 inning as everything's looking towards Detroit as we head to the top of the 8th.
Top of the 8th, top of the order. Ben Stackenpaper is going to strike out swinging on an inside pitch. Victor Herrera with 1 out, nobody on, will ground out to second, and that will bring up Scott Poe. Base is empty, 2 outs. Base hit up the middle. Going to stay at first. Bringing up Haywood Dinkle with 1 on, 2 out. Going to ground out to second base as we head to the bottom of the 8th. The first scoreless inning for Detroit in a little bit here.
Yeah, you only got 2 more tries, Indy. You got to see what you can do. Those bats really need to wake up, bend over, starting us off. Grounds directly to the shortstop for out number 1. Zach Mouse is going to watch the ball go a bit too low. That's going to be ball 4. Harmley swings, ball up the middle, gets past the second baseman, and that'll stretch to runners on the corners as Zach Mouse will move over to third. Jimbo Slice, ground ball to second, won't have enough to turn 2, so Zach Mouse will score, and Parmley will move over to second. Johnny Tsunami watches the ball go right down and strikes him out. Scores 1, but they're going to need way more than that if they want to come back and win. It is a 7-2 ball game. Top of the 9th, here we come.
Detroit has some breathing room, going to try to find a little bit more as Stretch Armstrong starts things off with a ground ball to second base. 1 out, bringing up Danny B. Had a pretty good game so far. Danny B will ground out to the first baseman. Nicholson dimes up with 2 out, nobody on. Last chance to expand. And he will follow suit by grounding out to the right side of the infield. 3 outs to get 5 runs. Indianapolis has its work cut out for it. Let's see what they can do in the bottom of the 9th.
Sailor Twiff will start us off against Kid Carsey, who has been lights out this playoff series as they ground out to the shortstop. Jody Quinn grounds ball. First baseman who will toss it over to the pitcher for out number 2. Last out, here we go. Wander Franco ground ball. Shortstop, toss over to first, and that'll do it. Ball game. Detroit wins this one, and they advance. Unfortunate for Indianapolis, but Detroit will move on. Looking at the batting side of things, Detroit had almost everyone on the team got a base hit except for Ben Stacking Paper. 3 RBIs coming from Joe Burrow, though, as he took a lead on that home run shot. Indianapolis had a 2-for-4 game from Dustin Parmley, as well as 2 RBIs coming from Jimbo Slice. Just wasn't enough for them to win this one. Ricky Vaughn got the start for Detroit, going 7 full innings, only allowing 1 earned run and getting the win. Tro No Hands gets the loss, going 5 2/3 innings, allowing 4 earned runs. And a lot of people came into relief, but just couldn't do enough to come back and win this one. Your player of the game has got to be Ricky Vaughn. And that shall do it for the stream today. Insane games here today. So we have, what did we have? Outer Banks moving on. Sarasota moving on. Detroit moving on.
New York
moving on.
None of the minors. We had California and Kingston. Yep. And we can't advance the thing today because the minors games are sitting on that other tab waiting for us.
Cannot go past this date because then everyone will yell at me. So let me go to let me upload everything. Commissioner's office. All that's fine. All that's fine.
You have to save it first?
No, you don't have to.
Huh, neat.
Yeah, it saves as soon as you hit execute. Can I just sim to end, Dom? Hey, we can't do that, Dom, because then when we're out in the playoffs, we're going to be upset when that happens to us. So, hope everyone enjoyed today. It was a, 4-hour stream? Holy moly. How many games did we end up streaming?
Well, we streamed 3 games for Detroit and Indy. That was a reverse sweep. We streamed
3 for Vandals, too. It was almost a reverse sweep.
Right, 3 for that series, so that's 6 total. We streamed 2 for the other 2 major streams, I think. No, we only streamed 1 for New York and San Antonio, so that's 9 total major league streams. And then Kingston swept, so that's 10 total games. And then
I think we only streamed 1 of the other one. Because it was a 1-1 series, then 2-1, and then we played that 1 and it was over.
Okay. So 11 total.
Oh, so you were basically right on it.
I said 9 or 10, so I was close.
I'll give it to you, though. And AW wanted to mention that OBX was the only division winner to advance on to the next round.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Interesting how that worked out.
Right. All I gotta say is Apex still broke the casino, so that's fine with me. I don't care. My team's not
they
in the
might not have done
playoffs.
their damage. They might not have done their damage in the postseason, but they did their damage in the wallets of the league. So
They may have not won a title, but they pretty much stuck their middle finger up to the league for doubting them. That's for sure. Oh man, I believe who is streaming tomorrow? I'm trying to see if anyone made an announcement. No one has made an announcement about. Is there a stream or is it a Thursday? I believe it's Thursday, so never mind. Excuse me on me thinking it's tomorrow. Leave though.
then this year, from what I hear, from what Enoch told me, there will be there's going to be 2 World Series streams on Saturday, like there were last year. But Enoch and the schedule team, I believe, have worked together to make it so that the afternoon stream will be all of the minor league games, and then later on in the in-game calendar, after that series can possibly finish, is the Major League Series. So I believe it'll be afternoon stream, Minor League World Series, then an X hour break, however long that is, and then a evening stream Major League World Series.
Jeez.
I think.
If that's the case, then I mean I'll take it for sure because that's going to be very interesting, very exciting for obviously the minors and majors teams still in the playoffs. I can't really be too excited because my team's not here yet, but soon. TM.
We weren't here tonight either, and we still had fun.
That's true. Yeah, I mean it was still very interesting. I love all those close games. Sweeps are never fun. Close games are always the fun. I don't think there really was a blowout in any games we watched. So that's kind of good.
The only like real blowout game was the second game of OBX versus Vancouver. I think it was like 16-2.
Yeah.
Everything else was within at least like 5 or something like that.
I mean, that's going to be an incredible postseason if it continues those close. I'm trying to think. That's what I was looking for. Let's see.
I mean,
Thursday.
if nothing else, what?
Oh, sorry. Thursday, the stream will be LBG co-host Hummus. Thursday. Yep. So, you guys are excited for those? That's what is coming up this Thursday. LBG, Hummus, great guys. Going to be wonderful to see. And then Saturday, as you were mentioning, 2 streams for the minors and the majors World Series.
We might have said the word shot a lot, but on Thursday you'll hear the word wow a lot. Or specifically, oh wow.
That's true, yeah. Hey, all I gotta say is when they took that bet of 5.5 over under for me, I said it 5 times. I'm about to say I said 5 times and then I stopped. I don't remember if I did a 6th time.
Yeah, because you were being delivered, like you were trying not to.
Oh yeah, there was times
if you didn't know that bet existed, you would have hit like 10.
100%. Like I know there was times where there was literally a ball hitting the outfield, and the first thing came to mind was shot, and I was like, base hit, like.
And he hits a don't say it, say it. Line drive.
Yeah, freeze for a couple seconds so my brain can process any other word other than that. Oh man, exciting times. Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful week. I am happy and sad to, anyone that I've streamed to before, I'm finally back to normal. My foot is healed. To anyone that knew about that, I can walk again. Hooray. Only bad side of... Yeah, I'm completely out. I'm walking. Ooh. Yeah, I know. The only sad thing about that is that means I have to return to work this week, which is never fun. But, I mean, hey, all I got to say is, it feels good to walk. That's for sure.
I can imagine. I mean, how long were you in that thing? Like 6 weeks?
No, since April.
Really?
Yeah, I was in a boot for 2 days, and then they called me back over there, and they're like, yeah, you're going to need a cast. Wore the cast for about 6 weeks. Then I went back out. They took me off the cast and made me wear a boot for another 6 weeks. And then when they took off the boot, they told me, I can't wear any comfy shoes, no sandals, no running shoes, no nothing. I have to wear, hard sole shoes. And I was like, okay, whatever, that's fine. And then I went to the beach, and I made the worst decision of walking on the beach sand because, the following day after that, my foot was, in agonizing pain. I was like, oh, this is probably why I can't be walking in comfy shoes. So, hoping it's going to be interesting when I go back to work because I know my feet are gonna kill me because I stand for 8 to 10 hours, no, 10 to 11 hours a day. So we'll see how I'll update on how that feels when I go to work.
Jesus.
Yeah, it'll be fun. But hey, it's good to get out of the house again. I was tired of being stuck at home, sitting down all day. Oh man, a lot to export here. I feel like it's taking way longer than normal.
Got a lot of series to chew through. And speaking of series, Game 6 of the NBA Finals is on. Go Bucks, half-heartedly.
Suns in 4.
It's already Game 6.
Suns in 4.
I did enjoy seeing that video though. That was funny.
I loved it, but I've been messing with Schoolboy Shoe because he's been saying Bucks in 6, and I just every time he says that I just say Suns in 4 because even though there's no chance of it happening, I still say it because it's funny.
Apparently, after he saw that video, Devin Booker was like, "I need to know this man." So get me his info.
People were getting mad because he was asking for his information. He's like a guy that was beating up on someone. I'm like, oh come on, he blew up into a meme. How do you not love that man?
That guy, okay, meme guy, Suns in 4 guy. Yeah, he beat up a dude, but he did not throw the first punch.
Yeah,
the other guy, or maybe both of them, I don't know, threw a sucker punch or sucker punches at that guy. And then Suns in 4 guy returned fire and did a better job of it.
Yep. I'm still upset myself that I missed predictions. Shaking my head. I mean, honestly, how much would I have gotten right?
Well, I think I had New Orleans winning everything, so that's out the window.
I'm pretty oh, hey, look, that thing's done. I know I would have predicted for the meme, I would have said Indy winning. I would have said New Orleans. I probably would have picked OBX. And then I would have picked New York. So, I mean, at least would have gotten 2.
I did OBX. I did Detroit. So I got those 2 correct. I don't remember who I put for New York and San Antonio. I think I said San Antonio because of the momentum thing I said at the start of the stream, even though that maybe isn't actually a thing in OOTP. But then I also definitely put New Orleans. So I got 2 correct so far. Regardless of whether I said New York or San Antonio, I said that Outer Banks was going to get to the World Series but lose the World Series. So I either have 2 points correct and can get 1 more, or I have 3 points correct and can get 1 more, which is fine. I feel 3 or 4, including the participation point, is usually what I get.
And Dogwood Maple says, I'm so glad today was the Paractus stream. Yeah, man, you'll totally be excited tomorrow. Yeah, this is all a dream.
Tune in Wednesday by yourself.
All right, that is done. If you want to double check for me to make sure that the index is updated, it looks like it is to me.
Index. Major League. Because it doesn't really matter. Demons prevail as divisional series goes to the wire.
Nice. Cool. So, that's it. When you get joined Thursday by Hummus and LBG, they will continue on and we'll see who the matchups will be for the World Series. So, till then, appreciate everyone who did come and hang out with both myself and Blowpop. You guys are wonderful. Hopefully your team advanced. If not, I'm sorry. Hopeful for next season. But, yeah, I don't got much.
And thanks for the invite.
Yeah, of course. I don't got much else to say, so till next time, guys, you guys have a good one.
Bye, everybody.